Hello, welcome to Legal History. My name's Adam, as always, and we're back today with the back half of Great Ace Attorney Chronicles. We're starting off Great Ace Attorney Resolve. I love this game. I'm so excited to be sharing it with you. It's going to be a great time, and as always, I will try and do all the voices within the limited ability of my voice to do voices. It'll be a fun time. So, we're gonna try and get through all of Case 1 if we can, because it's our tutorial case. But if you miss any of this, it'll be on Twitch and then upload to YouTube after that. And if you're watching the VOD, do consider coming and joining us live over at twitch.tv/LudoHistory. We stream 3 times a week, all sorts of historical focused games, to chat history, game design, and generally have a nice chill time. So, without further ado, let's enjoy this amazing title music as we get into the game. By the way, the new title music, right? Hang on. As we get into it. It's the same theme. And like this theme's really good. This theme is really good. This is our Great Ace Attorney Adventures theme. And by the way, this dude, I super appreciate the 2 gifted subs to Brother of Anubis and J4 Allrun. Right, this one's really good. This one goes way harder. It didn't need to. The music already slapped. They didn't need to really drive it up. Actually, from a musical perspective, that's potentially really interesting. Firstly, this is just way darker, right? This is a much darker, much richer sound than Great Ace Attorney Adventures has. But also it sounds a little bit more modern. Right, the Great Ace Attorney Adventures theme is very romantic, classical, standard stuff. This stays in the same instrumentation, but then also is just way more driving and makes me think more first decade of the 20th century, kind of where, rather than like 1870s. It's interesting. I don't know enough about that period of music, at least recently. Looked at it enough to actually say anything, if there's actually a stylistic evolution, or if it's just a nice dark remix. But it might be neat. Anyway, why don't we start the adventure of the blossoming attorney? Oh boy. God, they are... Hello, Vela.
Standing here in the bright sunshine, looking out over the vast ocean. Those days in London seem like a dream. But I do miss my time in England's vast capital. You know, he's flourished into a truly wonderful lawyer.
Aww.
I've no doubt that at this very moment, he's fighting some noble cause in court.
No, he kinda got this part. I have terrible news, Suzato.
Forgive me for taking so long to come to visit you. My life has been such a whirlwind since I returned.
Aww.
And no one could have predicted what has happened. Just
Aww.
2 months after arriving home.
I find myself faced with another awful crime.
So I came here today to ask something of you. Tomorrow, I shall be standing in court. For the only time in my life. As a lawyer. So please, I ask for your guidance. Kazuma-sama.
What an incredible first case. Right? The culprit of the tutorial of the first case is the victim of the tutorial of the second case. 13th of August, 8:26 AM, Supreme Court of Judicature, Defendant's Antechamber. Here I am again after 9 months, the Supreme Court of Judicature of Japan. I feel so nervous, but I must still my nerves and find a way to compose myself. Ah, good, you're here. It doesn't do for a lawyer to be late. Oh, yes, good morning, sir. I hardly recognize you. You cut a fine figure, Counsel. But you look as white as a sheet, and those wide eyes aren't doing you any favors either. Yeah! Eugen! Oh dear. The truth is, I'm so incredibly nervous I feel utterly nauseated. I almost wish that I'd never been born. Goodness! Not the sort of thing a father hopes to hear from his daughter, I must say. Yeah! Go Eugen! Go Eugen! I love him so much. Eugen Mikotova, Professor of Medicine at the Imperial University. A man who earlier in his life traveled to Great Britain to study the latest advances in forensic medical science. And of course, my brilliant father. Excuse me. Would I be correct in thinking that you're to be my lawyer in court today? Yes, that's right, miss. Well, I want to thank you for agreeing to represent me. I swear on my life. It's a complete fabrication, this whole thing. Aww. Urei Mimbani, born the same year as I and my greatest friend. Though unusual for a woman in our time, she works at the University Research Laboratory, helping my father. And sadly, she's the defendant in today's trial. Accused of committing a truly awful murder. Are you feeling alright? Since we started talking, you seem... well, to have become a little flushed. Oh my, well... yeah, it's just that... you look so gallant and dashing. I ship it. Chat. I ship it. And herein becomes the problem of Grade Ace Attorney Resolve. I ship all of them, with all of them. What are we supposed to do with this? It's adorable. You look so gallant and dashing. Sorry? And when I fall under your intense gaze, it makes me feel rather bashful. Magistressa, if you have actual thoughts, I would love to hear them. My sense is that even though this is classic Capcom queerbaiting, it's also done in a way that walks that nice fine line between being obviously intelligible to modern audiences, while also having a nice touch of how, I guess, quote-unquote traditional gender roles for the period. Right, so it's not a perfect representation to my extremely limited understanding, and if you have corrections, I would love to hear them. But at the same time, it's like, it is representation in a way that ends up feeling sufficiently historical and sufficiently old-fashioned, while still being easily recognizable as extremely wholesomely gay. Goodness, I don't think she knows. She hasn't realized who I am. It would seem our little plan for this trial is going to work. Oh, what do you mean, Professor Mikoto? If even your best friend can't see through the disguise, I think we can relax. Disguise? Yes, I've never tried dressing this way before, of course, so I wasn't sure how convincing it would be. But this does make me feel a little relieved, as you say, Father. Father? What? Is that you, Suzato? I'm so sorry I didn't say something sooner, Ray. No, what are you doing? What's going on? What? The varsity uniform, the varsity cape, the varsity cap, the varsity cape, the varsity badge. So you're pretty sure that Gallant and Dashing is a translation of Dansho no Reijin, which is more 1910s to 1920s term that translates to a beautiful person. Euphemism for chusei, a word for neutral androgyny, which is applied to female performers in the all-women Takarazuka review. Okay. Also later androgynous characters like Oscar and Rose of Versailles. Interesting. That is super cool. Crystal, that is phenomenal. So, even more historically on the nose than I expected it to be. Cool. Look at you! You look for all the world just like a student at the Imperial Yume University! A male student! I'm so glad you think so. It means all my preparations have been worthwhile. I woke up 4 this morning to make a start. But I don't understand. Why are you dressed like that? Well, you see... It was the only way. The only way she'll be permitted into the Supreme Court to take on your defense in this trial. My defense? Never before in my life have I felt so frustrated at being born into this body. Courts in Japan are barred to women. We're not even allowed to set foot inside the courtroom. Despite the fact that the laws of the land apply to all people, male and female alike. But women are forbidden. Just for today, I'll be leaving my true self at the courtroom door, so that I can act as your lawyer. Oh, Suzato, you'd go to such lengths for me? Of course, you're my greatest friend. I just worry that I shan't be the lawyer you deserve. Oh no, I have complete faith in you. Ray. It's so strange though. I mean, you're such an accomplished judicial assistant already, and yet just because you're a woman? What a wretched reason! I mean, why shouldn't you be allowed in court? You're so gallant and dashing! Ray... Please don't look at me like that, with those plush cheeks and dirty eyes. Aww. Oh, I'm sorry, it's just... You really do look so dashing. Yes, you mentioned that once or twice. Aww, it's so cute! You should be pleased. It means you look convincing as a man. I am pleased. I think. It certainly helped to bolster my confidence today. Oh, Ray, you've managed to put on a brave face in all this, but I can see through it. I've noticed how your shoulders are slumped, and how you're trembling ever so slightly. Suzato, you... Do you believe me, don't you? I didn't do it. I couldn't have. I mean... Murder? Of course. You'll have nothing to worry about. Your conscience is perfectly clean. Isn't that right? Yes. Yes, it is. Perfectly clean. I have absolutely no doubt in my mind about your innocence, which is why I'll stand beside you until the bitter end in this trial. Whatever happens, I'll always be on your side. Because that's what it means to be a defense lawyer. According to Kazuma and Ryanosuke, who are extremely not qualified for this job. That means so much to me, Suzato. Defendant, counsel, court is about to begin. Proceed to the courtroom at once. You should go in at once, Ray. If you're late, the judge won't hesitate to pronounce you guilty. Oh! Stand aside! I don't think I've ever seen her run so fast. Well, Suzato, you certainly surprised your father. Going to such lengths to be admitted into the courtroom, and with no prior experience of being a lawyer. There was simply no other way. That's all there is to it. But, Father, you haven't told her, have you? I mean, I'm right in saying that Ray doesn't know how I came to this? Yes, quite right. I've kept that information from her. It would only worry her if she found out that no other lawyer would agree to take her case. I didn't want to burden her with that. Is it true? The reason why every other lawyer is refusing to take the case? Is it really because of who the victim was? We should be making a move now, too. As you know, law isn't my field, but I'll do what I can to support my student. Thank you, Father. I'm Suzato Mikotova, a judicial assistant. 8 months ago, I accompanied a student of law on a study trip to Great Britain. But 2 months ago, due to unforeseen circumstances, I found myself back in Japan. How many times have I wished that you were here, I wonder? Still, I have no choice now but to steel myself for the trial ahead. Wish me luck, Naruhodo-san. Alright, Suzato, you have uncontrolled access to the brain cell. Do be careful with it. 13th of August, 9 AM, Supreme Court of Judicature, Courtroom 1. This court is now in session to hear the trial of Rei Minbami. The prosecution is fully ready to proceed, Your Excellency. Excellent! Totally a convincing disguise. Hello, Wolfie. You have missed Suzato Mikotova cross-dressing. So the premise. Actually, we're about to get the rundown of the whole case, so it doesn't matter. We're gonna get our good experience with Ouchie and our old friends. You also have to believe that Suzato is Phoenix Wright's ancestor, because that's almost I went to law school for my totally platonic friend. Yeah. It's extremely obvious. They have one plot line, but it is a good plot line, and so they're sticking to it. Also, totally a convincing disguise, right? We promise. Ignore the hair. That is clearly visible, tied up into a bun. Defense Counsel, are you ready? Yes, Your Excellency, we are ready. Ready? Ah, yes, Counsel. According to your registration details, your name is, Ryotaro Naruhodo? Is that correct? Sorry? Oh, yes. I had to come up with a suitable male name for you for this little venture, so afraid to say I simply put down the first name that sprung to mind. Eugene! I mean, right... Ryotaro pulls off the Naruhodo classic look perfectly, doesn't it? Well, Counsel? Yes, that's right, that's me, Yes, I am Ryotaro. He was vowed to uphold the pride of the great Naruhodo clan. Ah. It seems Ryotaro may need to consider how better to uphold his manly act first and not overdo it. And those wild, wide eyes aren't doing you any favors either. Just relax and listen. Naruhodo? A fresh face in this courtroom, if I'm not mistaken. But the name Naruhodo, would that perchance be? You may be thinking of Ryunosuke Naruhodo, currently in Britain as part of a study program. This is, his cousin! That's right. Ryutaro here has been studying in the provinces, but was called to the capital for this trial. I assure you, in matters of law, his knowledge rivals that of any of Tokyo's preeminent lawyers. Any of them! What a pitiful situation. Having been rejected by every lawyer in the capital, the accused has had to call in a country boy. How dare you! Suzato is every bit as gallant and dashing as any of your Tokyo attorneys. I won't have you making fun of her. Her? Please be careful, Ray. What an unrefined tomboy we have here. But I wonder, is your gallant and dashing lawyer up to the challenge of defending you? His wide, skittish eyes very much suggest that he is not. I'm so nervous. Now that I'm standing in his shoes, I'm starting to understand what Naruhodo-san goes through. Like it or not, Aiza want to flit. I love how bad they all are at this. Oh, it's my favorite thing that they are all atrocious at this. The case to be heard on this day is a matter of great significance to our national interests. In fact, it would be reasonable to assume that the outcome of this trial may well affect the very future of our empire. Just like the trial 9 months ago. And yet for proceedings of such importance, we have this unknown yokel by the dock? Dear me. The illustrator doesn't even know who paid this. It's very funny. They move from Japan to Japanifornia and then continue to lose to the rights and the Edgeworths. It's unbelievably funny. I love the Ace Attorney lore continuity that is the Ouchie Payne family. Perhaps this would be an appropriate moment for me to assess the defense, to determine whether you are sufficiently competent to practice in this courtroom. 9 months ago, when a certain other Naruhodo stood where you're standing now, this same judge tested him as well. And even though he was just a student at the time, not even of law, he passed the test with flying colors. For a trained and experienced judicial assistant like you, this will be easy. So, counsel, do you consent to answering some simple questions? Alright, it's time to prove myself. Yes, Your Excellency, but please do make them simple. Very well. To start with, you will state the name of the victim. That is simple. I couldn't forget that if I tried. Ah. What's the matter? Now that I'm standing in his shoes, I'm starting to understand something else Naruhodo-san goes through. Like it or not, minds are what to blank. It's not surprising, really. It's your first time in this position, and in that guise. Even a bright spark like you is bound to flicker and falter a little under the circumstances. Oh dear, this is a dismal failure. Don't fret, you need only use the knowledge you've gained as a judicial assistant to overcome the problem. Oh, that went the brain cell. Of course, the court record. Yes, that answer will be amongst all the key information about the case in the court record. That's right, just use RB to open the court record. I need to flip to the people section with B. And don't take too long over it, His Excellency is watching you closely. Alright, check the court record with B, that's where the information I need will be. I'm waiting, counsel. What is the name of the victim in this case? Chat? Chat, did we do it? Chat. Should we? There is an achievement associated with it. Do it! The victim in this case is, yes, Prosecutor Takatsuchi Aoshi. What? I'm the senator of a crime, yes! Are you threatening to kill me? He seems angry. And you're surprised? Did you consult the court record? You must look through it carefully. Oh, yes, I did, of course. I looked at everyone on file, and it shows the person it features appeared to be the most deathly. Yes! I must say, this most unusual methodology of yours leaves me almost speechless. Bad bot. Goodbye. It occurs to me with renewed certainty that reading the information carefully is vitally important. I strongly recommend it. Oh dear, I simply can't ignore that imploring look. Please allow me to amend my answer. Very well, I will excuse this incorrect response given your wide-eyed state of panic. Dad be dead, so no brain cell. It's none other than Professor Yujin Mikotova. What? Well, to be written off by one's own child. Father, you seem suddenly so much older and wearier than you were mere moments ago. Because of you, clearly! The judge is asking for the victim's name. The person who was killed in this case. Look through the information in the court record again. Carefully. Before you kill me, for mercy's sake. Oh dear, I simply can't ignore that disapproving look. Yeah, we got the achievement. Father Frustrator. Okay. Yes. The name of the victim who lost her life in this case is Miss Jezile Brett. Jezile Brett. A name that will never be forgotten in the courtrooms of our country, I'm sure. Correct. And being a member of our empire's judiciary, you'll be well aware of the significance of that name. It's a reference to Jezile Bullet, which in A Study in Scarlet is said, right, John Watson is said to be shot by a Jezile bullet, i.e. a bullet from the mounted cavalry of Afghanistan, prior to his return to London where he meets Sherlock Holmes. So, let me pose another simple question. As you know, Miss Brett was a visiting student from the Empire of Great Britain. Why then is her name indelibly associated with our own empire's judicial history? Obviously you won't have forgotten that case from 9 months ago. But if it's proving hard to recall the finer points, everything you need is included in the court record. Obviously I still remember. That was the start of everything. Jezile Brett. Behind the woman's student persona was the face of Queen Victoria. Was the face of Queen Victoria. No, I think we trolled hard enough. It would be very funny, but I think we've trolled enough. We do have a lot to get through today.
Yes.
9 months ago, a visiting professor of medicine at the Imperial Yume University was killed, and the culprit was Jezile Brett. Yes, she was a killer. I know, Magistrate Trissa, there's only so much throwing for content we can do. That would have been very interesting to see how they responded to explicitly saying Queen Victoria. Because actually, that's the thing, that they really never... They only said Queen Victoria's name once, versus just the Queen of the British Empire. And that was when referring to the VR in Sherlock Holmes' Wall. At the time, our country had just signed a new treaty with the Empire of Great Britain, and it was in the midst of this delicate diplomatic situation that the incident occurred. An Englishman, Dr. John H. Wilson, was shot dead. I believe it was an associate of yours, Professor Makotaba? Well, I gave the wrong voice there. Yes, I was indebted to the man. He'd been my mentor when I went to London to study forensic medicine. Indeed, it was I who invited him here to Japan as a visiting professor at the university. Naturally, the murder of an Englishman on our soil was a matter the government wished to resolve rapidly. Indeed it was, which is why a secret trial was conducted here at the Supreme Court. A student of the Imperial Yume University was arrested on suspicion of murder. A second-year English language student by the name of Ryonosuke Naruhodo. With the help of his best friend, a student lawyer, the accused conducted his own defense and exposed the despicable crime committed by Miss Jezile Brett. Miss Brett eventually admitted to her crime. However, when questioned about the motive that drove her to take Dr. Wilson's life, she gave no satisfactory answer before the trial reached its conclusion. Immediately after the trial, the British government brought its consular jurisdiction into play. We were unable to sentence Miss Brett according to our empire's laws. It was decided that she would be removed to Shanghai, China, instead. Why Shanghai? There's a British consular court there. Correct. I oversaw the negotiations personally. The date of her transfer to Shanghai was finally settled upon only last week. All that remained of our empire's obligations was to see the woman safely on board a steamship. And yet, the very day before her departure, the Englishwoman was killed. Only the day before? That will do. I'm satisfied that the counsel for the defense is sufficiently capable of representing the defendant. We haven't proven a damn thing of that. Oh. Thank you, Your Excellency. Over the first hurdle. Now, a summary of the incident, if you please. Prosecutor Ouchie. T-pose! As is your wish, Your Excellency. The repugnant crime took place on the 11th of August in broad daylight. On the outskirts of the imperial capital, under a bright blue sky, at a secluded bathing spot by the sea. The incident occurred inside a small beach hut, erected for bathers to rest or change their clothes. The cause of death was a single stab wound to the posterior abdomen that pierced the victim's lung, an injury which proved fatal. There were two persons alone together in the beach hut at the time of the victim's death. Miss Brett, in her bathing attire. Oh, it's extremely obvious you made the sandcastle, Magistressa. Frankly, it... Alright, we'll see. But it's Hosonaga. Hosonaga is 100% the one who made the sandcastle. Miss Brett, in her bathing attire, and the accused, Raymond Bami. Accordingly, there can be no doubt of the accused's guilt, especially when we consider she had a powerful motive. The police arrived rapidly at the scene and promptly arrested the young lady. It could be Soseki. True. True. Alternatively, it was Hosanaga's friend. Well, that extraordinary description of events leaves me somewhat lost for words, I must say. That's certainly true. The prosecution summary was full of words that raised an awful lot of questions. As a lawyer, I really ought to pick up the prosecution counsel on what he said about... You're clearly exaggerating. Powerful motive is a blatant overstatement. Is the yokel boy using long words he doesn't fully understand? I beg your pardon? No matter. Let us put this to the accused, shall we? Membani-san, you are a research assistant at the Imperial Yumei University, I believe? Yes, I am. I'm working with Professor Mikotoba in his laboratory at the moment. Words. I can confirm that. The defendant is an excellent assistant with a strong sense of responsibility. Fascinating to hear. Now, another question. Prior to your work with Professor Mikotoba, whose research were you assisting then? Oh, I was studying under Dr. John H. Wilson. Dr. Wilson? The visiting English professor who was murdered by Miss Brett 9 months ago. The accused had a deep-seated respect for her former mentor, Dr. Wilson. Is that not true? Yes, Dr. Wilson was a wonderful man. Interesting. Tell the court what deep-seated feelings you had towards the English woman who killed him. Well, obviously it was filled with hatred for what she'd done. A powerful hatred. Don't... Oh no, Ray! Be careful of what you're saying. Ah. The motive was revenge. Plain and simple, Your Excellency. Well, it was clearly a trap all along. How wicked of him to use Ray's undying respect for her former mentor against her like that. I must find out more details and something we can use to bolster our defense. Ask all the questions. If I may, Prosecutor Alchi. What do you want, you fresh-faced young yokel student? I wonder, could you explain, please? You mentioned a bathing spot. Ha! My apologies. Clearly my modernity has confused the poor country bumpkin's simple mind. Also, yes, Alchi has done a complete 180 in personality. Bathing spots are the very latest trend in health practices from the West. We are told that bathing in the water of the ocean is curative, therapeutic, and excellent for the skins. No, that's not what I meant. I was reminded of the fact that Miss Brett had, to all intents and purposes, been found guilty of murder. Why would a known criminal have been relaxing by the sea? For old time's sake, I believe. Sorry? Miss Brett was to depart for Shanghai the following day. Her final wish, as it were, was to enjoy a day at our country's wonderful coast. How accurate is this hairdo for the period? My sense is not particularly, because it's an older hairdo that's been cut off. Right, Kazuma ruined his top knot. And so this is... So, could be a version of Chonmage? That checks out. Let's see. Let's do a bit of looking. If I find something good, I will put it up on the stream, and if I don't, I will not. But yeah, right, it's the... Right, so in Greatest Attorney Adventures, he had a top knot. At the end of that case, Kazuma cut it off, and his hair fell down. He then proceeded to leave it down. Clearly not a modern haircut even for the turn of the 20th century. But also not proper for an aged haircut. Right, exactly. I would, Rissa. It also depends on the year. Great question. It could be whatever year you want. This is Great Ace Attorney. There's like a 35-year time period where it could be almost any year you feel like. But yeah, right, I would expect a government official to be required to have a fairly Western styled haircut. I think this is more for character reasons than for historical ones. And the British Embassy put extreme pressure on our government to comply. But on what grounds would we agree to such a request? Because, as usual, our government is unable to stand up to foreign powers. In matters of diplomacy, it seems we don't even have the courage to decline the whims of a known criminal. Don't look at me, Professor! It was the government who granted permission, not I! In any case, it was decided that with a dedicated detective on duty, nothing could go wrong. But in fact, a murder took place. I said don't look at me! It was the young student girl who did it, not I! No one has proved that yet! I wouldn't provoke the man if you don't need to. Minbami-san. Yes, what is it, Suzato? I mean, Naruhodo-san? I'm really starting to wish we made my alias Ryotaro Suzato. Aww. Her exasperated depressed pose is so good. Suzato's animations are so good. Please tell the court exactly why you were present at the bathing spot with the victim in the first place, and why you were alone with her. Oh, well, no, that's not true. It wasn't like that at all. There were other people present. A detective who was guarding Miss Brett, for starters. I was just asked to accompany Miss Brett as a companion, that's all. But let us be clear. At the moment of his death, you were alone together with the victim in her hut. You and no one else. The truth is, there's only one reason why this young woman accompanied Miss Brett on her bathing sojourn. It was the accused's last chance to take the victim's life. No. Because, as we know, the following day would see Miss Brett extradited to the British authorities in Shanghai. And the accused would never have an opportunity to dispatch her again. Kindly refrain from conjecture, Counsel. I believe we all have a clear picture of the incident now. Despite her guilt being determined 9 months ago, Miss Brett managed to avoid incarceration, instead continuing her research work at the university. Obviously, over that period, she and Ray would have encountered each other on a number of occasions. Seeing the murderer of the mentor for whom she had such great respect enjoying such undeserved liberty. Yes, even if it was only temporary until Miss Brett's extradition to Shanghai, you can hardly blame Ray for her feelings of anger and resentment. Poor Ray. So, Your Excellency, if you'd be so kind as to peruse this exhibit, a photographic print that shows the scene of the crime immediately following the grim incident. Yes, thank you, Counsel. A tragic image. As you can clearly see, there is nowhere within the hut that anyone else could have hidden. Oh, good. We're getting love for New Frame Plus in the chat. As we should. Dan Floyd is good people and does amazing work, and the video on Ace Attorney was phenomenal. I've been watching Dan since, like, oh gosh, 2013. So, yeah. Yeah, no, I am with you all on sharing the love for New Frame Plus and Playframe. The court will accept this photographic print as evidence. The photograph of the crime scene has been entered into the court record. As I understand it then, the victim and the defendant were alone inside the beach hut at the time. This is deeply troubling, I must say. The finger of guilt points firmly at the defendant. Well, Your Excellency, naturally the prosecution has much more to its case. We intend to prove the accused's appalling actions beyond all possible contention. To that end, I can confirm that we have multiple witnesses to the scene, to the crime, and damning evidence. Witnesses? But who? One of whom, I might add, is a highly respected police detective. I assure you, the testimony of these witnesses will leave no room for doubt. Ugh. Very well then, Counsel. Bring forth your witnesses. I, Takatsuchi Aochi, have been waiting for this moment. Sorry? Oh yes, I haven't forgotten. That trial 9 months ago, here, in this very courthouse, when that irreverent little student boy utterly humiliated me. No, you kinda did that to yourself. There's a proper Shonage. Aha! Ryunosuke Naruhodo! Yes? This insult to the Gauchi family name will never be forgotten. You've become conceited with age, Counsel, but the old have to stand aside and make way for the new. It's the way of the world. May you never forget that. Strike the head of a samurai whose top knot has been cut and the bell of cultural enlightenment tolls. Yes, on that fateful day, my former self died. The start of your own mini-Meiji revolution. Are you modernizing as well, Counsel? Silence! Since I swore revenge back then, there's been a minor miracle atop my head. Observe, the ouchie growth! You see the seed of hope spreading forth on a barren expanse of my crown? I think that tiny growth is trying to tell me something. Oh, I'm afraid I can't really see. Where is the hope exactly? Ray! I said silence! Today, I face another yokel student of the Naruhodo clan. Well, I will vanquish you. And my victory will be the fertilizer for the seed of hope atop my head. You have been warned. With that, the prosecution calls the witnesses to the stand. It looks like the stakes are high on both sides in this trial. The prosecution and defense each has much to lose. A haircut is hardly comparable to Ray's life. How modern of you, Suzato. Yes! Witnesses, please state your names and occupations for the court. Chief Inspector Satoru Hosonaga, Imperial Police Bureau. I'm in disguise, obviously, so I can go undetected. Chat. And I am, well, the next big thing in books. An author renowned throughout the capital, in fact. Yes! Soon to be sold out, the satirical I Am a Cat, a sensational success by Sasuke Natsume. Oh my goodness. Struggling student from the provinces, please, you needn't be in awe of me. I needn't? It's only natural that you feel nervous in my presence. But all of you, please relax. Call me Sasuke even. Hosonaga has a tan and a turtle. What could be better? The summer air has been good for him. Oh. Yes. What on earth is Sasuke-san doing here? Just the look of utter horror on Suzato's face is phenomenal. Right, one of my favorite poses, because the idea of these two rolling up into the courtroom and just being like, ah yes, the man with the turtle on his head and Sasuke Natsume, acting completely different than Sasuke Natsume used to. And just... what? Tread carefully, Suzato. But all the fellow knows you from your time in London, doesn't he? If he exposes you for who you really are, this will be over before it's begun. Yes, of course, I know. I presume Sasuke-san won't have forgotten about me. I could certainly never forget him. Although, he does seem to have changed somewhat in the 6 months or so that it's been since I last saw him. I wonder what Sasuke Natsume, the real person, would have thought of all this? Oh god. He'd either be extremely insulted or extremely flattered, and I don't know which one it is. Because the man was unbelievably extra all of the time. I also would probably find it all very funny, because he is actually quite funny. But at the same time, this isn't really the same kind of funny. It's a good question. He either loved it or he hated. I don't think there's a middle ground. As for Inspector Hosonaga, that amazing outfit is hard to believe. Look at the blood letter. Chat, I have important information. Look at it! Look at how cute it is! Hello, Parisian. It is good to see you. But he's blushing. The turtle is blushing and it is adorable. Chat, let us bless the turtle. For on this blessed day, we have received turtles. And that matters. Do I have something on my face? Well, your glass is fun, although they don't seem to be helping you see. Thank goodness he hasn't recognized me either. Oh, I suppose it's this disguise, is it? I thought that appearing here in the clothes I was wearing at the time would make for a more faithful testimony. It is my guiding principle to carry out all testimonies flawlessly. Well, I can appreciate why an Imperial Police Bureau detective might have been present. But what business did a writer such as yourself have being at the scene, Sasaki-san? And Wolfie, with the gifted sub to some nameless punk. Enjoy all the emotes, and the blessed turtles. Ah, well, you see, I had been asked that day to give a lecture, on the morning of the incident, in the Imperial Yume University's Grand Lecture Hall, no less. At Yume University? After the lecture, I had a very pleasant conversation with a researcher from the Medical Science Department. The professor over there, in fact. With Professor Makotoba? Yes, that's right. It was arranged by one of the newspapers. They went to some story or other about two former students who'd studied in Great Britain. Of course, being a renowned author, the press never leave me alone. They secretly spy, snapshots, scribble stories, and scupper my privacy. As you can see, the conversation was written up in this newspaper here. Read it at your leisure, my provincial, struggling student friend. I have plenty of copies. The fun fact, question mark, we do have quite a few photos of Japanese folks in swimwear from the 1900s, mostly women for probably obvious reason. Yeah, that checks out. And the swimsuits are late. Interested with that important information, we further the cause of what year is it. The swimsuits suggest Edwardian and not Victorian proper. Putting us, as with the Old Bailey, as with several other things, towards that, as with Sasuke Natsume, somewhere in that 1907 range. Which means we're starting to actually get two clusters. Actually, that's super cool. In our ongoing search to figure out what year this game takes place in, we're actually hunting in on two clusters. About 1895 and about 1907. For where the majority of our incidents information takes place. That is going to go away very quickly. It will be a good time. Thank you very much. He practically threw that paper at me. Yeah. Yeah. Wagai 2.0. The animals in this game are just top-notch. Absolutely top-notch stuff. Also, Soseki. Soseki, please. Why? That is a jugular. That is a karate shot to the jugular. Anyway, following my interview with the professor, the lady in question appeared and made a very unexpected announcement. I should like to go with everyone to see your country's coast. Those were her words. As I explained before, Miss Brett was never taken into custody. She continued to work in my laboratory under strict surveillance, of course. At which utterance, the university immediately contacted the government to seek guidance. And the response was, permit Miss Brett to go as long as a detective accompanies her. That detective I'm at liberty to divulge was me, Chief Inspector Satoru Hosonaga. Thereby, the entire party departed cordially for the seaside, it seems. It was extremely challenging to clear all of the members of the public from the vicinity of the beach. But fortunately, I am in peak physical fitness at the moment, so I was able to carry out my duty flawlessly. Yes, indeed. The fatal plot disease definitely suggests peak physical condition. Oh my, Inspector, you... Well, you do have something on your face now. How unsightly. I do apologize. It's ketchup. Of course, how could I have forgotten? Does that mean that you went to the beach too, Father? No, fortunately I had work to finish off. But unfortunately, of course, it meant that as my assistant, Ray was invited to take my place. Of course, being a renowned author, I didn't like to decline the invitation. But if only I had, I'd never have seen that awful sight. Relentlessly racked by remorse and regret. Very well, I must ask you to present your formal testimony to the court. You will give an account of all that you witnessed on your impromptu excursion to the coast. Of course, Your Excellency. Relentlessly racked by remorse and regret, I am. On the day of the incident, I was ordered on a special surveillance assignment in this disguise. I just managed to catch that crab when suddenly I heard a caterwaul from behind me. The alliteration. Excellent stuff. I ran into the beach hut at once, where I found the pair in question. Yes, the young girl was a stripy English woman, dagger in hand, as she stabbed wildly. I saw blood on the blade. It proved to me that she stabbed the victim multiple times. Well, I have terrible news for you. Yes. Terrible news for you, Hosonaga. Terrible, terrible news. We don't even have to press these ones. Indeed, it does appear from this testimony that both witnesses here present saw it. The very moment of this heinous crime. What? Now, if you will recall, I promised evidence as well. What phrase did I use again? Yes, that was it. Damning evidence. What have you there, Counsel? A so-called fountain pen, is it? Correct, Your Excellency. I found it at the scene whilst examining the body. It appears that in her dying moments, with a final ounce of strength, the victim clutched a piece of evidence that would positively identify her killer. What? Your Excellency, if you would cast your eyes over the photographic print of the crime scene once more. Oh, goodness me. I want to know why Sasuke wanted to catch a crab and who made the sandcastle, and whether Mr. Turtle got to hang out in the sandcastle. That's valid. This is extremely valid information, Major Shrisla. Yes, the victim is clearly grasping something quite deliberately there in her hand. That's right, the fountain pen. And if you would kindly examine the pen, Your Excellency. Ah, the owner's initials have been engraved into the ebonite barrel. R.M. Ray Membami. The initials of the defendant. No! This fountain pen will be admitted immediately as critical evidence. So, have I admitted anything? Decisive testimony and damning evidence. There's a bright blue sky outside the courthouse today. Perfect weather to ascribe guilt, I feel. I don't understand. The prosecutor Alchi of 9 months ago had none of this man's files. Counsel for the defense, you may begin your cross-examination now. Naruhodo-san! Naruhodo. That means... Oh, yes, me. Is there another Naruhodo in the courtroom? Actually, there isn't even a single Naruhodo in your courtroom. Counsel, Cousin Ryotaro, pull yourself together, please. Alright, I've seen this countless times as a judicial assistant. Finding inconsistencies in the witnesses' testimonies to prove that they're lying somehow. That's all there is to it. That's how a real lawyer would handle the cross-examination. So let's see what I can do. What? No. It's not like R and M are common initials in Japanese. What? No.
Hold it!
Is that jaunty disguise? Correct. Wait, no, I mean, it wasn't the first time I've worn this swimsuit for a dip in the ocean. It's tried and tested. Do what must be done to keep the Englishwoman under surveillance. Those were my orders that day. And this tried and tested outfit was the answer? Being able to blend flawlessly into a crowd is the important part of a detective's job. I submerged myself in the salty water, leaving only Mr. Turtle floating inconspicuously on the surface. Mr. Turtle loves the water. Yes, I did. But there was no need for you to blend into the background on this assignment, really, was there? If that made you late arriving on the scene, I think perhaps you had your priorities wrong. Perhaps I shouldn't pursue this line of questioning any further at the moment?
Hold it!
You're describing the victim's scream, presumably, Sasaki-san? In more literary terms, you might say it was a scream that could have pierced the heavens. Gah! Or the like. Of course, that's just a metaphor. We renowned authors are wont to describing things so. Sasaki-san wasn't at all like this in England. Anyway, I spun around a noise and the beach hut immediately fell under my gaze. Yes, the beach hut. The area is popular with government ministers. Many have seaside retreats there for rest and recuperation. Locals are prohibited from entering the area, so it's always very quiet. The beach hut is a simple structure erected as a place for people to change or take refuge from the sun. Although, the Englishwoman commandeered the hut for herself, which meant I was forced to change into my swimwear on the sand. I imagined that was rather embarrassing for you. Well, anyway, I tossed the crab aside and headed for the beachhead to add a run. Or in more literary terms, I decrabbed and beetled off hutwise. No, Sasaki, please stop.
Objection!
Your first objection. With that accusatory cry that just welled up from deep inside me, I think I finally understand. Every time Kazuma-sama and Naruhodo-san have stood here at this bench, the stakes have been very, very high indeed. Dance party chat. This is Suzato's new leitmotif. God, it's so good! The music in this game is non-stop bangers. What's the meaning of that menacing pose, Council? I'd like the witness to clarify something for me. Who? What? Where? When? How? Not you, Sasaki-san. This query is directed at Inspector Hosonaga. At me? In your statement just now, you said that the victim was stabbed multiple times. Yes, that's right. As I said, when I entered the hut, the defendant was already standing over the victim, bloody knife in hand, like a murderous demon. And yet, that cannot be. What? Get to the point, please, Counsel. She still has her book. She does not have a weapon, but she does have the same book, which has every piece of information on the planet in it, apparently. In the post-mortem report, it clearly states that the victim was stabbed one time only. In other words, Inspector Hosanaga's testimony is clearly flawed. Yeah, and Sasaki-san, me? You claim to have seen Membami-san in the throes of stabbing the victim. Yes, I did, wildly. But both you and the inspector confirmed the same point, that there was already blood on the knife like you saw the defendant holding. Yes, and? It's quite simple. We know the murder weapon was used to stab the victim only once. Therefore, there is no way there could have been blood on the knife if that single stabbing hadn't already occurred. Yeah, true! Then what exactly is your contention, Counsel? Are you ever going to tell us? Judge, you're a moron. Yes, Your Excellency, there's only one logical conclusion. What Sasaki-san in fact saw was not the moment that the defendant stabbed the victim at all, but the moment that the defendant in fact withdrew the blade from the victim's body. That can't be! Hey, wait. Sasaki! That was Gregson's pose. Give Gregson back his poses. Excellent work, Suzato. You exploded at them without objection, and then proceeded to pull them apart systematically. Well, this takes me back. Yes, I seem to remember your cousin staged a scene much like this in that trial 9 months ago. A half-witted child with a half-baked objection attempting to steal the show. You're right, there were certain similarities. Except that so-called half-witted child managed out with the prosecution, who has only half a head of hair. Slander! My head is quite adequately dressed. In any case, all this talk of stabbing and withdrawing at multiple wounds makes not a jot of difference. What? Why not? Engage your brain, young man. When the accused first plunged the deadly weapon into the victim, that was the fatal blow. And if it was that moment, just as she was drawing the blade ready for her next strike that the witnesses saw, the knife was already tainted with blood because the accused had already stabbed the victim. All you have successfully shown with your little display is that the mustache author is prone to moments of extravagance. Ah! Ow. Rolled. I am in agreement with the prosecution. If the defendant was seen wielding the blade at all, there are sufficient grounds for her actions to be viewed with suspicion. But if she was withdrawing the blade, then we are back where we started. Sorry? Consider this, young yokel boy. If the student girl is innocent, as you claim, then why would she have pulled the blade from the victim? And the demon's cold-blooded composure, too. To render first... she's a training as a doctor. The prosecution demands an explanation, and it had better be good. Why did Ray pull out the knife? Ah, yes, going for the jugular. Huh? What does father mean by that? The court hear your answer then, counsel. The truth is, I don't really know, but I have to come up with a plausible reason here, or we don't have a case. The reason why the defendant pulled the knife blade out of the victim's body was surely so she could save her life. According to the post-mortem report, the victim's death was not instant. That's correct. It's thought she would have remained conscious for a short while after sustaining the injury. Is the balding guy dumb? Yes, he's an ouchie. He's part of the Payne family who has a long tradition of being idiots. Indeed, giving her time to take hold of this piece of evidence that clearly indicates her killer. The point is, being a medical research assistant, Mimbani-san was compelled to ask when faced with the wounded victim. Instinctively, she pulled the blade out in an attempt to save Miss Brett's life. This is not a good answer, by the way. As pretty much any first aid course will tell you, the best solution in a stabbing is to do not move the blade. But then again, this is the year of our Lord Greatest Attorney, so they may have, not recognized that. Did you hear that, Your Excellency? It would seem this is the best we can expect of this young yokel. Indeed. Is it just me? Okay, nope, even they know this was dumb. Is it just me, or does it suddenly feel much colder in here? Your Excellency, if I may? Speak, witness. I would like another opportunity to testify. In respect to the slipshod assertion just put forward by the yokel defense counsel, I mean. Then again, right, the issue, Wolfie, is of course that Rei Membami is trained in medicine. She's doing a degree in a medical laboratory. So she is the paramedics. We are all in deep trouble. Slipshod? An excellent idea, Inspector. Our young yokel hopeful has a modicum of knowledge when it comes to the law, it seems. But in matters of medicine, he appears to possess not one iota of common sense. Very well, Inspector. I shall permit your request. You will testify again before the court on the subject of the defense counsel's assertion. Yes, sir. I will do so flawlessly. Testimony. Pulling a blade from a wound without thinking could cause heavy bleeding. That's basic knowledge that any medical research assistant with an ounce of sense ought to know. In other words, there's no good reason why the defendant would have tried to pull the knife from the victim. Let's not forget that the young student did have a motive for killing the victim. The man the victim murdered 9 months ago, Dr. Wilson, was the defendant's highly respected mentor. Is what you just said true, Inspector? Could pulling the knife from a wound really cause the wound to bleed heavily? Yes. Think of the weapon itself as a stopper in the wound that prevents excessive blood loss. Until a doctor is ready to provide proper treatment, that stopper shouldn't be removed. Oh, I see. Ha! This is why yokels stay on the farm. Even a quack from some obscure mountain village would have such basic knowledge. Anyone who's ever given someone a little poke with a knife and pulled it out again knows it. Oh, well, I've never stabbed anyone, you see, or pulled the blade out of a wound, so... Of course you hadn't. I didn't bring you up to behave like a bandit. Father, is it true what they're telling me? Yes, it's basic remedial knowledge from medics. Ray would have been well aware of it. If you were to claim ignorance of such fundamentals, that would prove fatal in many ways. But then, why would Ray have done it? Could she have pulled that knife out in full knowledge that it would be fatal for Miss Brett? I don't know. Ray never once mentioned anything about the knife to me. It seems almost impossible to believe, but could my friend actually have... Suzato! Yes? Pull yourself together. We mustn't lose sight of why we're here. Counsel, it's time for your cross-examination. Yes, Your Excellency. However, I must warn you that if your cross-examination fails to identify any issue with the established facts, I'll be moving to my adjudication immediately afterwards. I understand. Believing in your clients and fighting for their cause until the bitter end. I knew it would be hard, but I had no idea it would be this hard.
Hold it!
You said doing it without thinking could be a problem. Does that mean that if you used due care and attention, it would be alright? I wouldn't have thought this needed spelling out, really, but the blade is like a stopper in the wound. Remove it and a serious hemorrhage will occur. In other words, a medic would need to be present before any attempt was made to withdraw the blade. Doing it without thinking would be madness. You just can't do it. By the way, we haven't looked at this. Oh, I can't examine that. Okay. Oh, well, thank you for such a thorough explanation. You see, Counsel, when you act without thinking, the result is a bloodbath. Back to the witness testimony, please.
Hold it!
But the defendant had suddenly encountered someone she knew lying on the ground, bleeding to death. The sight could have shocked her delicate sensibilities, causing her to remove the blade inadvertently. I really don't think inadvertent actions can explain this. The woman is a medical research assistant. I can't imagine she'll behave so irrationally. Oh, but irrational behavior is a woman's prerogative, isn't it? Oh dear, you have a lot to learn about women. Only a small-minded man could have such... I love this line. Could have such bigoted views. Oh dear, perhaps I'm letting my male persona take hold a little too much. Suzato! Well, have you managed to convey the basics now? That should cover the medical side of the argument. I think this is just to press everything, actually.
Hold it!
In that case, there's an obvious explanation here. Which is? Clearly, the defendant Raymond Bonnie-san does not possess an ounce of sense. What do you think about that, Professor Nakatama? I'm not sure you should be labeling your best friend as lacking in common sense. Well, it's probably better than labeling her as a murderer. I don't know, young people today. If that's friendship, I don't understand it. Careful, Counsel. A lack of common sense can be a very dangerous thing. Oh dear, that recoiled on me rather badly. That's life, I'm afraid. A lesson everyone must learn. Hopefully you can see now that this is really basic medical knowledge. Being involved in medical research, Membami-san would certainly have been aware of it.
Hold it!
Whatever the motive, it just isn't in Membami-san's nature to do something so awful. But she had both motive and opportunity. That's very hard to argue against. But you don't know the defendant. And you, Counsel, do not appear to know the law. Yes, evidence is the only way to convince the court of your argument, not feelings. With this fledgling defender, I would almost say I pity the accused. So do I. Ah yes, Miss Brett was in many ways the sworn enemy of Membami-san.
Hold it!
Well, yes, that's true. Dr. Wilson recognized Membami-san's talent and offered her the position of assistant despite her being a woman. She was extremely grateful to him. Yes, the Englishman appears to have been a very broad-minded individual. Dr. Wilson had no time for outdated traditions. He met with opposition, of course, but he believed firmly in Membami-san's abilities. Clearly the defendant was in the man's debt, which only serves to prove my point. This is hopeless. I can't find a single crack in this testimony anywhere. If Ray knew that withdrawing the knife from the wound would threaten Miss Brett's life further, I just can't think of any way to explain why she did it. Suzato. It sounds like this, Good. Come to think of it, Cosmo-sama and Naruhodo-san were always turning evidence over and over in their hands. Yes, I need to examine things in greater detail. With the A button. Ah, by the look in your eyes, I can see it's going back to you. Go through the court record again and have a thorough look at everything. You may just find a clue. Now we get to do it. If we take off the pen's lid... Now let's unscrew the barrel, shall we? This must be the little reservoir that holds the ink. Yes, you fill by drawing ink from a bottle up through the nib. Is something wrong, Father? Just that there doesn't actually appear to be any ink in there, that's all. Oh, yes, you're right. It's pretty much empty. Well, it could be on the verge of running out, I suppose. The RM initials are clearly engraved here. The fact that Miss Brett was clinging onto this pen in her dying moments is very clearly a message, too. To identify her killer, you mean? I don't think there can be any doubt that this is a key piece of evidence in this case. Yay for the stupid plot point. Oh wait, what's this? There's some sort of emblem here, look, but it isn't a Yume University one. Must belong to some other organization, I suppose. A business of some kind. But that would seem to imply that the pen doesn't, in fact, belong to Ray. This is the newspaper from Sosaki-san. There seems to be an important article on the back page as well. Exclusive. Deadly poison stolen from Yume Medical Research Laboratory. From Yume's Medical Research... Father, isn't that your lab? What the? Let me see that. The poison's been stolen? It's this morning's paper that Sosaki-san gave us. Suzato... Y'all are right. Suzato is very pretty. Even dressed up in drag, Suzato manages to be both handsome and pretty. It is great. Big fan. Good top tier design work, honestly. Are you saying you didn't know? As embarrassing as that is for the head of the laboratory, I didn't. I've not heard any such thing. Where on earth could a reporter have gleaned his information? Come to think of it, there was no article mentioning this story in our paper this morning, was there? It's a highly toxic poison we've been working on in the strictest confidence. I'd put Ray in charge of the project. Ray, she was managing it? If what's written here is true, it means she tried to hide the theft from me. And moreover, the details were leaked somehow. I don't believe it! We need to read this article very carefully. Well, too bad. It is in the court record. It is just in the court record. Raucous England attorneys tell all. This is the interview with you and Sosaki-san, is it, Father? It looks as though it was quite an exchange. Yes, he became a little over-animated when he was talking about his time in England. The photographer managed to capture the moment his hand karate chopped me on the neck. I do hope you weren't hurt. Well, that was exciting. Extreme meiosis pupil constriction was observed in the victim in both eyes. I guess it's the poison article? We've kind of examined everything else.
Objection!
There it is. No, there is one possibility. One very good reason why the defendant might have decided to withdraw the knife from the victim's wound. What? Ha! The yokel not only has a poor grasp of the law, but is also a poor loser. Tell us then, what possibility do you think you've identified? It's here, in this newspaper article. An article about a deadly poison having been stolen from the laboratory at the Imperial Humane Unit. The victim perished from a stab wound. Poison has no relevance in this case. But, Prosecutor Ouchie, you will let the defense speak. But a newspaper article, the court cannot rely on the kind of hearsay those wretched publications carry. Oh, I have also done that, Blues. I've nearly knocked people out by whacking them on the neck. Counsel for the defense. I am going to need some tangible basis for your claim. You will indicate to the court precisely what part of the newspaper article mentioned affirms your assertion. Yes, of course, thank you. I suppose we should actually look at that then. Now look. Deadly poison. I think it's page 3. I think it's page 3. Yes, of course, thank you. Not particularly, just very briefly, but this was me messing around with friends, not me doing so in a safe or controlled environment. It was not very smart of me. They would never have done something to further endanger Miss Brett's life without just cause. The reason why the defendant pulled the knife from the victim's body is explained in the article where it says... Actually, let's check this one more time. It's gotta be page 2. It's page 2 right now. The article reveals the following property about the poison in question. When the toxin enters the body on a knife laced with the poison, it's rapidly absorbed and causes death within minutes. Are you suggesting? If the knife used to attack Miss Brett was laced with this very poison, it would explain why the defendant, Mimbami-san, would have withdrawn the blade as soon as possible. Yes, the truth is, it was an attempt to stop the poison from entering the victim's body. What? This is complete and utter nonsense. Not at all. The defendant withdrew the knife blade from the victim's body not to accelerate the woman's demise, but to save her life, and the prosecution cannot deny the possibility. Have you not read the post-mortem report? The cause of death was hemorrhage, where poison appears nowhere in the document. But, well, it's because by acting quickly to remove the blade, the defendant prevented the poison from taking hold. Oh please, this is clearly desperation. The weasel's last breaking of wind. Poison has nothing whatsoever to do with this case, as I believe the defense is well aware. We have no proof that the information in this wretched newspaper article is at all reliable anyway. In that situation, what the student should have done is wait for medical assistance to arrive. But instead, you claim she suspected poisoning and took the potentially lethal decision to remove the blade. She must have had a strong reason for her suspicions then, or the argument makes no sense. Exactly! Well put, Inspector. On what grounds did she do it, yokel? What did Ray suspect the stolen poison was involved? If you want grounds, I'll give you grounds. You what? Well, you can't possibly. From your expression, counsel, it would appear those are not empty words. But naturally, as you stand in this courtroom as a lawyer, you must be aware that words alone, empty or not, are of no value in our modern justice system. The court demands evidence. Yeah, you could ask the expert witness, i.e. the head of the research laboratory where this poison was being developed, whether the symptoms described in the newspaper article are accurate, therefore whether the newspaper article is reliable, and then used defendant testimony to suggest that yes, that is the reason. 1, 2, 3. We literally have all the pieces there to do this the proper way. Instead, we're just gonna, like, yeet the autopsy report at them, and go like, oh, this is close enough. Yes, Your Excellency. I'm well aware of that. I've seen him many times, from my place at his side in the Old Bailey.
Take that!
I would ask the court to refer to the notes section of the post-mortem report, which reads, extreme meiosis, pupil constriction, was observed in the victim. Ah. Clearly, being a yokel with no knowledge of forensic science, I have no idea, so please do tell me. Presumably, the fact that this condition of the victim was noted in the post-mortem report means that it's an unusual symptom of death? Well, under normal circumstances, the pupils dilate when someone dies. But there is extreme constriction instead. That is most certainly unusual, yes. What are you doing, you yokel detective? In the newspaper article, there's the following information about the stolen poison. Onset of symptoms occurs in minutes, ending with acute contraction of the pupils prior to death. What? If the defendant, upon seeing the victim stabbed in the back, happened to notice that the pupils of Miss Brett's eyes had constricted severely. Yes, as a medical research assistant, she would have suspected poison immediately, without doubt. Prosecutor Alchi, I think you'll agree, this is very compelling evidence. You, yokel student and yokel professor! He does love the word yokel, doesn't he? I believe the defense has expertly demonstrated a credible reason for the defendant's actions. Now, Eugene Mikotaba. Yes, Your Excellency? I believe you are the best placed here to confirm or deny the veracity of the defense counsel's argument. Country bumpkin. A fool. A buffoon. Someone who does not know what they're doing. Someone rural, and therefore peasantry, and therefore unsophisticated. You will tell the court the truth about the details reported in this newspaper, please. Hey look, it's expert testimony. Hey look. I mean, it's not done properly, but it is expert testimony. So, good job, Ace Attorney. It pains me to have to admit it, but I'm afraid I don't know. And Eugen fucked it up. Eugen! You don't know? The toxin was kept under lock and key in my laboratory, certainly, but I was unaware of any theft. Do you mean to tell the court that the reports of this theft are unfounded? No, Your Excellency. Without returning to the laboratory to investigate myself, I couldn't say. Ha! Listen to that bumbling academic. Unaware of the theft of secret state research from his own workplace until he reads of it in the newspaper. I take full responsibility for the incompetence of my supervision. Your father? A pitiable situation for a university professor. You should have more control over your students, rather than allowing them off on killing sprees. That's totally unfounded. Ray? None of this is Professor Mikotoba's fault! It's all my fault! Hey! Bonnie-san, you stand accused here. Outbursts like this will not be tolerated. But it was me! I was the one who noticed the poison we were developing had been stolen that day. What? So, you knew? I'd been placed above overseeing the project. It was the day that the professor and Sasaki-san were interviewed together for the newspaper. That's when I noticed that some of the poison was missing. Just a tiny amount it was. Why didn't you let me know immediately? I was scared. The whole project was supposed to be confidential, but some of the toxin had somehow been taken. So, I decided I tried to get it back before anyone else found out. Because I had a very good idea who the thief was. The thief? You don't mean... Yes, of course, it was that dainty Englishwoman. Miss Josiah Brett? That's why I decided to join the little group of people going to the seaside. Inside the beach hut, I confronted Miss Brett. But she just sat on a stool at the back of the hut, smiling sweetly at me as if she knew she was untouchable. I know it was you who stole the poison. Well now, whatever do you mean? And then she suddenly got to her feet before falling to her knees in front of me, and then collapsing on the floor. That's when I saw the knife in her back. I couldn't understand what had just happened. And then, a moment later, I was seized with fear. The pupils of her eyes they'd shrunk to tiny pinpoints. I don't believe it. In other words, you realized the victim was suffering the effects of the stolen poison. My mind started racing. I hadn't seen anything past Miss Brett's lips whilst I'd been with her, which left only one possible way for the poison to have entered her body. On the blade of the knife in her back. And that train of thought was what spurred you to withdraw the blade. Yes, if the amount that had entered her bloodstream was small enough, she might still have a chance. That's what I hoped. Really, I'm so sorry for staying silent all this time. Your attempt to hide the truth of what happened is not something that can be overlooked. However, I have duly noted the courage with which you confessed in the end. Thank you, Your Excellency. It's barely perceptible, but I do think the balance has shifted a little here in this courtroom now. Your Excellency, do not be deceived. The victim just collapsed before your eyes, you say? Well then, Bami-san, if that is the case, perhaps you can explain how Miss Brett came to be stabbed? Well, you have no answer, because the simple truth is that you stabbed the victim motivated by revenge. But you have no conclusive evidence to prove that assertion, do you? Oh, I have evidence, and it is very much conclusive. What's the prosecution counsel up to? It was brief, but he hesitated for a moment there. I'm almost sure of it. You will produce the aforementioned evidence at once, Prosecutor Aochi. Perhaps some praise is due, young Yoko student. What? I had imagined there'd be no need for me to submit this evidence. But you brought this on yourself. What the? Could a more damning shot exist? The cruelty in the air on that beach is almost palpable. This evidence, more than any other, reveals the true extent of the accused's murderous nature, which shows the precise moment that Membami-san plunged her dagger into the victim's back. No, it doesn't. No, that's not true. No! I don't believe it. Ah! Order! Counsel of the defense, was it you who was responsible for that shill scream that just pierced my courtroom? Perhaps his voice has yet to break. These yokels are slow of mind and slow to mature. I'll show you who's slow to mature. Careful now. Suzato is starting to show her face here. It's often said that a picture is worth 1,000 words, and here we have ample proof. The court will accept this extremely cogent photographic print as evidence. You know, we've got a problem here. Chat, do you know what the tiny, massive, glaring, obvious problem is? Can't believe he's had a photograph like that up his sleeve the entire time. First, how did he get that picture? Second, that shot shows nothing other than her holding the knife. Third, there is no anger in the face. Who made this picture where? And when? It's such a stark image, I'm genuinely lost for words. I'm just gonna say, when I saw Brett in the original version, I thought she had a 1900s pompadour. TBH, this shot looks like her hair is like 1830s. We'll take a closer look. Wait a minute, I don't understand. How did you... I mean, who took that photograph? Objection! Right? That's of no importance here. Stop trying to divert attention. Objection! No. That's an absurd thing to say. It's crucially important. Whoever took this photographic print was a witness to Miss Brett's death. The court must be allowed to hear this person's testimony. I will uphold the defense's demand. The prosecution will reveal the identity of the person responsible for taking this photograph at once. Well, I'm afraid I can't do that. Pardon? You see, this print arrived at the Imperial Police Bureau headquarters by express post yesterday. There was nothing to indicate the sender's name or address. The provenance of the print is unknown. Oh, we don't understand then, Counsel. But in full knowledge of the fact that this photograph has the murkiest of origins. You are nevertheless believe it fit for submission as evidence in the Supreme Court? When you first produced that print before, I noticed that you hesitated for a brief moment. Because you knew it wasn't completely reliable evidence, didn't you? Silence, you yokel student and blabbering professor! What matters is the blatant truth that this print so eloquently expresses. But the defendant has already admitted to pulling the blade from the wound. Clearly this isn't the moment that the knife was plunged into the victim's back, but the moment it was withdrawn? Don't waste the court's time with your ramblings. Indeed, without knowledge of who produced this print, we have no means of verifying the claim. And the senior captures is without... Judge, you're an absolute moron. We have no way of identifying what moment the print shows. We have no way of identifying what moment the print shows. You cannot there argue by assertion that it is the former until definitively proven to be the latter. Judge Jigoku, don't be like this. And the senior captures is without doubt the most compelling evidence presented to the court. If the defense is unable to shed any further light on the matter, I believe the conclusion is clear. Oh no! Suzato, this is the time for you to fight. If what you've established so far is true, then there can be no doubt. This photograph shows the moment that Ray withdrew the blade from the victim. Yes, we just need to prove that somehow. Plenty of time to rue your defeat on the slow train back to the provinces. To rue the day you came up against Takatsuchi Ouchi in a court of law. If I can't determine who took this photograph, then the trial is going to come to an end. There must be a clue somewhere. There must be some way of working out who it is. Is it in the court record? It is in the court record. Let's look at it. Well. What is this? Isn't this awfully suspicious, chat? I mean, you guys can barely see it underneath the chat. Chat, look underneath your seats right now, you'll find a crack in the lens. There is in fact already blood on the blade, you are correct. Look at that. This is extremely obvious, but unfortunately the question we have been posed is... who made it? Multiple cinnamon roll curls aren't really a thing, but side curls plus a little updo is such a late 1930s or 1830s or 1840s thing. Good to know. So, good job, Giselle. You hit us with a what year is it? But, yeah, chat. I think we got him. Well, Counsel? Your Excellency, the burning question is who took the truth. Who took that photograph. And the truth is... this isn't about whether I can or can't come up with the answer now. I simply have to. The identity of this person who took this dramatic photographic print is, I assure you, something the defense can and will reveal. What? No, you can't possibly. But as you so boldly claim that you can, please do enlighten us. Unfortunately, I'm unable to present a name. How utterly underwhelming. Do you really believe you could? However, I'm able to present evidence. The defense has a piece of evidence that reveals important details about the photographer's identity. What? Very well then, Counsel. Present your proof to the court. Which piece of evidence do you claim reveals something about the identity of the mystery photographer? What is that? The newspaper again? Raucous England returnees tell all. It's not the headline that's relevant here, Your Excellency. It's the photograph. If you look at it closely, you'll notice that there are some white lines on the right-hand side. Oh, yes indeed. They'd already caught my eye as it happens. Ha! What of it? A shadow of some kind, presumably, from the branches of a tree or the like. There are no trees growing inside my laboratory at the university, I can assure you. No, if you look closely at this photograph... Good gracious! Yes, exactly the same pattern of lines is present on this photograph too. Well, that tells us nothing. Aha! Yes, the shadow of some kind definitely, from the branches of a tree. There wouldn't be any trees growing inside a hut at the beach council. What's quite remarkable about it is that the two patterns are absolutely identical. How could such an extraordinary similarity have transpired? A curious matching pattern that appears on both photographic prints is a result of... Yeah, well, if the lens is full on cracked, it probably wouldn't show up, but if it probably would work, but would end up with severe distortion, depending on the nature of the crack. But if it's just a scratch on the lens, these white lines would show up in an emulsion pretty clearly. Because the thing is, right, all that matters is that focused light hits the emulsion layer of the print for however long the exposure is. Whether or not the lens that is focusing the light to be hit is broken or not shouldn't really affect the physics apart from causing issues right around the crack. Right, as long as it isn't totally shattered, you're still going to have some focusing effect to get some impact on the emulsion layer. How that actually looks when you develop the photograph? Great question. I don't know off the top of my head what happens if you take a smashed camera lens or break a camera lens in half and then take a silver nitrate emulsion with it. Don't know. I haven't experimented. And I think it is probably a silver nitrate emulsion. Let's look at it. Well, actually no, these... They might be silver nitrate. It's clearly not platinum. It may also be albumin, though. It may be just an albumin print, with then a sepia tone applied on it. It's not super clear. Obviously must be due to a problem with the camera used to take the photographs. With the photographic device? Yes, we can confidently say that the camera's lens must be scratched, and that the scratched lens causes unwanted lines to appear on every print taken with the device. In short, the two photographs under consideration here were taken with the same camera. Yeah, but there must be hundreds of such camera devices here in the capital. It would be utterly impossible to identify the owner of this particular one. I think you're forgetting, Prosecutor Alchi, that one of the photographs featured in a newspaper article. A newspaper? That's right. The author of that article is the mystery witness to this crime. Well, maybe not the author, but the photographer. Manny Memo! I see when you were called a raucous England returnee. What are you yelling about? You've already testified. It's Manny Memo, I tell you. Manny Memo! Manny Memo! Oh, Sosuke-san? What was that? Did you say Manny Memo? Ever since I returned to Japan, a reporter from the Shoyu News has been hunting me, following my every move. A reporter by the name of Write Many Memo. Writing many memos. Yes, that is the level of pun to which we have descendant. His name is just writing many memos. Yes, hounding me from dawn till dusk. Ah, not that he mentions it. They secretly spy, snapshots, scribble stories that scupper my privacy. Could that same reporter be? Better than Raymond Barmy? True. But still. A camera to the left of him, a notebook to the right. Stuck in the middle with menu memo. There I am, stuck in the middle with right and menu memo. Hey, there it is. There it is. So you're saying that this picture was taken by menu memo? Yes, my lord, your excellency, Esquire. Is it just me, or does the reporter look a little like Lupin III? He does look a little bit like Lupin III. Officer, find this newspaper reporter at once and bring him to my courtroom. We will adjourn for a short recess in the meantime. Oh, yes, your excellency. As you say, your excellency. And one more thing. I want this knife, the murder weapon, examined for traces of poison. You will solicit the assistance of the Imperial University's medical department for the task. Understood? Many memo! Oh. Good lord. To be continued. Oh, I'm so sorry, Suzato. I should have told you about the toxin. Ray. You have a strong sense of responsibility, I know. That's why you decided to shoulder the burden alone. No, that's not it at all. I was scared of my failure coming to light, that's all. So I hoped to retrieve the substance from the Englishwoman before anyone found out. Before the trial started, do you remember what you said, Suzato? That you had no doubt about my innocence? That he'd stand by me to the last. I remember. I didn't deserve your trust in me. I hid important details from you, Suzato. I completely betrayed your faith in me. Hit me, Suzato! I deserve it! No, in fact, throw me to the floor! No, that's too good for me as well! Drag me through the city streets! They're too cute, chat. They're way too cute. This is almost Cosmo and Ryunosuke levels of cute. No better, you know. Oh. Even though in my heart I knew you'd pulled the knife blade from Miss Brett's back. There was just a brief moment when, in my mind, I doubted you. Suzato! I'm sorry. After I sit here and promise you that I'd stand by you and always be on your side, I betrayed your faith in me too. As such, I've failed you as a lawyer. Oh, no. I think this situation has taught both of you a valuable lesson. Placing your unbridled faith in another is no easy task. Yes, Father, that fact has certainly struck home. Which is why I can see more clearly now. So, Ray, yes? Can you find it in your heart to forgive me? Aww. Oh, Suzato. You know you'll always be a gallant, dashing lawyer in my eyes now. No, Ray. Couple counseling dad. He's such a good dad. In a series plagued with horrible dads, Yujin Nakataba is the best dad. I was so scared, when it happened. I didn't know what was going on. The Englishwoman was sitting at the back of the hut, listening to what I was saying. I knew it was you who stole the poison. Well now, whatever do you mean? And then, a moment later, she suddenly got to her feet. Before collapsing on the floor in front of me, with the knife in her back. It all happened right before my eyes. And you were the only person in the hut at the time? That's right, just Miss Brett and myself. There was no one else. So I just don't understand how she could possibly have been stabbed like that. A great mystery indeed. It's hard to say, right, Philip? Is Phoenix a good dad? He's not actively a bad dad. But also he's such a, non-bad dad. Right, Trucy just kind of goes off and does her own thing, and Phoenix enables her, but otherwise just kind of exists. You came in late. Does Miss Brett have a whole ass swan on her hat? Yes, she does. And it is alive. Just for the record, it is alive, and when we accused her of murder, it did give birth to a bunch of chicks. Just so there's no confusion here. It is my favorite breakdown in literally the entire franchise, because it was perfect. I had no comments besides hysterical laughter. But also, right, in real talk, the putting a bird on your hat is actually a thing in, last decade of the 19th century, first decade of the 20th, so right in the ostensible time period of the game. Certainly not live, and typically not something that excessive, but, technically within the realm of historical possibility for fancy hats. Extremely unlikely, but an exaggeration of a real trend. Which is great. Oddly high effort, but it lands. It lands so beautifully. Did the hat get stabbed too, or did it survive? Well, I think it's just a, spirit that's tied to Miss Brett, so the hat did not get stabbed, but it also did not survive. We have the power to check that, though. It looks pretty dead. I have horrible news, the swan does look fairly dead. You can't even see the swan from this angle. Exactly. Right, hat birds are known, but it's mostly egret, bird of paradise, or peacock. In this case, it's just swan. Same premise, just with a swan. Great mystery indeed. I still can't believe it happened. That's why I just couldn't bring myself to speak up. Oh yeah, putting peacock feathers and or just a whole ass peacock on your head is a thing. Typically it's just feathers. But yeah, no, there's definitely peacock hats. Fancy dress is a bit excessive. It will be alright. However it happened, and whatever really went on by the sea that day, I promise you that I'm going to prove everything you said you saw is true. Spoken like a true Mikotoba. Now, I think we should discuss what's coming up in the trial, don't you? We don't have much time. We need to make sure we have our facts in order. Yes, I expect the poison is going to come under close scrutiny in the upcoming proceedings. But the police should hopefully have identified it on the blade by now. The trouble is, it's a completely new laboratory-synthesized blend of alkaloids. The police won't have any way of testing for it. Ah, I see. Yes. Without this chemical reagent, it's impossible to detect the toxin. It sparked a whole conservation movement, mostly led by women resisting the hat bird thing. I do love it. God, the 19th century is such a trash fire. God, the late 19th century is such a dumpster fire of a historical period, and I love it dearly. the most bonkers stuff happens. Just because suddenly you have access to a whole bunch of stuff. And then people would do stuff with that stuff. And then there's whole social movements around people doing stupid shit with way too much stuff. Chemical reagents? I sent a colleague of mine off with some earlier to deliver to police headquarters. I think perhaps you should have some as well, though, just in case. The label appears to be written in a foreign language that I don't know. It's German, so your knowledge of English is going to be of little help here, I'm afraid. Couldn't you have written medicine on it in Japanese? Then we'd all be able to read it. German is the international language of medicine, my dear. But yes, I certainly see the merit of labeling the bottle in Japanese. Though I'm not sure medicine would be entirely appropriate. Yeah, in this period, German was absolutely the go-to language for international medical treaties. German is absolutely one of the big ones. Anything new? Nothing new yet. That's because it's written in Dr. Scribbles. It's written in Dr. Scribbles, and I don't think it's really meant to be recognizable. I would guess that that's R-A-Y-M-S. But that sure is medical handwriting right there. That's not an I. This is almost certainly not an I. I agree with the A-Y-M-S. But that looks like it's supposed to be an R. Right, that looks like it's supposed to be a capital R. But it also looks like it's an R. So... don't know. It's this newspaper article. Exclusive, deadly poison stolen from UMA Medical Research Laboratory. I'm wondering how the information got out, given that it was a government secret. It was all the Englishwoman's doing. What? It was when the professor and Sasaki-san were being interviewed at the laboratory. That so-called English lady swaned in without any compunction said to Professor Makotaba. Oh, Professor, surely you guys would love to hear about your work on that substance there. Put me in a very awkward position, to be frank. But Sasaki-san's curiosity had been piqued, so I had a little choice but to give him a cursory introduction. So then, Sasaki-san knew about the poison. Yes, that is highly likely, but the reporter who was writing up the story about us would have got a glimpse of the toxin, too. It's Manimamo-san. By the way, did that reporter join you all when you went to the beach? Oh, no, I don't remember the reporter being there. Indeed, he shouldn't have been. I very much doubt anyone would have wanted him there. Oh? A known criminal had been given permission by the authorities to bathe by the seaside. Sasuke-san pointed out that inviting a reporter might be problematic, so the man was sent back to his office. Yet he obviously didn't go back. He secretly followed the party to the beach and took this very candid photograph. And then presumably he posted it anonymously to the police. Yes, that must be what happened. Counsel, we've just heard that the new witness is now ready to testify. The trial is about to resume. Please proceed into the courtroom at once. It's time to steal ourselves again, then. Defense attorney Ryotaro Naruhodo. Yes! Ray has put a faith in me now, so I can't let her down. I have to prove that what she's telling the court is true. I have to prove that what really happened that day. Sorry, folks. I hereby call this court to order as we reconvene to continue the trial of Rei Mimbami. Prosecutor Ouchi, have you summoned the new witness? Before I address that question, Your Excellency, I have some very important news to share. Oh? What news? And why does he look so happy about it? During the recess, with the collaboration of Professor Mikoto's laboratory at Yume University, the police re-examined the knife that was used to end Miss Jezile Brett's life. Excellent. I admire your rapid handling of that matter. Oh, too kind, Your Excellency, too kind. I was merely carrying out your instructions. Of course. I had the reagent delivered to police headquarters by rickshaw, so it'll be there in good time. But judging by the man's swagger, I fear we may need to brace ourselves. Might need to brace ourselves for the inevitable. And, Consul, what were the results? This dagger, which was so cruelly used to end the life of the victim, has no trace of poison anywhere along its blade. What? Are you sure about that? Is there some explanation for Ouchi's armband? My understanding is that it is, basically a lawyer's emblem in this period. So right, Kazuma and then Ryunosuke both have it. And if you look at Suzato, well, Ryotaro, also has one with a different emblem on it that marks, a student defense lawyer. While this one presumably marks a prosecutor. So rather than having lapel pins or other badges, it's marked with armbands. I would stake the reputation of the police on it. Armed with a reagent, the test is extremely simple. They couldn't have made a mistake. In short, the accused's feeble excuse earlier. As, well... no? Ouchie. Ouchie, I need to point out the flaw in your argumentation. It does... Oh yeah, the emblem is a chrysanthemum for prosecutors, which is AA lore. Offense theme is the sunflower. Also that. Yay, references. But, notably, Ouchie's argument has a giant flaw here. Namely, it doesn't matter whether the knife is actually poisoned. It just matters that Rei thought the knife was poisoned. Which is an argument that still holds water. Because we have demonstrated that there was a plausible reason to suspect the victim had been poisoned. Given that this is Ace Attorney, it turns out that the victim has actually been poisoned. But this doesn't actually demolish the defense's argument in any way, shape, or form. Literally none of that matters. So, yeah. We're fine, we're fine. Now, the prosecution is ready to call the new witness. The newspaper reporter who managed to capture a photograph of the crucial moment. Good. Very well. Officer, bring in the witness. No trace of poison on the knife, but if that's really the case... how could the toxin have entered the victim's body? Witness, please state your name and occupation for the court. Right, memo to show you news. It's what people like to call a journo. What's a journo, Father? What's a journo, Father? Do you know? Simply a contraction of journalist. I'm there with the news breaks, but pen to paper to catch those scoops so that they're in print by the next morning. They don't call me the hero of the Herald for nothing. The nice guy in news. Oh, so, it was you who took this photograph, was it? Well, what do we have here? I'm sorry? Brace yourselves, people. Many memo senses a scoop in the offing. Female student up to foul play defended by curiously handsome young lawyer in Supreme Court. The readers will lap this up. We'll set it up above the fold at 72.85 format for the morning edition. Yeah? Right then, let's start with your name. Oh, it's... It's out of Naruhodo. Next, what made you want to become a lawyer? Well, I wanted to reform our country's legal system, I suppose. Ryotaro has suddenly become very ambitious, I see. I just borrowed Cosmo-sama's dream for a while. By the way, my name is Takatsuchi Ouchi. That's Takatsuchi Ouchi. So-called Dark Horse of the Supreme Court, my objections strike fear into every defense lawyer's heart. No, the readers won't buy that. What? Oh, there we go. Witness. Yeah? What this court demands to know is whether or not you were responsible for the taking of this picture. It was delivered anonymously to the Imperial Police Bureau only yesterday. By the way, we should probably take a look at the murder knife. A decent knife. Nice, simple design. Big fan. Also, that's blood. Ah yes, this must be the victim's blood. Blood is never a pretty sight, is it? I'm having to fight the urge to run under a hot tap and get it clean. You've always been fastidious about cleanliness, haven't you? I think this is something else, Father. Is that literally all of note? But this is a completely uninteresting knife, other than the fact that it happens to have blood on it. Alright. Completely uninteresting otherwise. That would be like if I didn't click quicker and present with a scoop like that now, would I? Sometimes stories tell me, sometimes I have to change them fast. By the way, you've got to be fast. Fast likes to run with it, fast time to run with it. It's no good if you don't know it down, I always say. That's what I call my many-memoism. Many-memoism? Oh yes, I remember your face. We met that day when you were interviewing myself and Sosaki-san. Yeah, right, that was me, many-memo again. But you were supposed to be going back to the Shoyu's offices after our meeting. Well, the scoop is, I didn't. Because that Englishman's words had piqued my journalistic interest. Miss Bratswitz? A criminal left to do as she pleases just because she happens to be a British citizen? It's horse dung! This country's judiciary is rotten to the core. The Supreme Court's rulings aren't worth the paper they're written on. The police are just imperial pawns. Stay your tongue, young man. There are complex political issues at play. Well, anyway, I quickly jotted down those words she said in my memo pad. Alright, ready? I'll read it out. It's all here. Right, here goes. I should like to go with everyone to see your country's coast. A serious criminal going on some junket? The people need to know about this. That's why I decided to sneak after them. To get the woman's story so I could hammer in the press. Do you mean to say that you did indeed witness it firsthand? The grim scene portrayed in this photograph? Oh yeah, saw with my very own journal eyes. From start to finish, through the viewfinder of my trusty camera. Thank you, Manimamo-san. You will now give a formal testimony before the court. You will state exactly what it is you witnessed of the events surrounding Miss Bratt's death. I don't know that I like that voice for Jigoku. It feels like he should be more booming. But I only gave that to Yujin. They're not the same voice. The beach was made of shot yellow rescreens, so there are plenty of gas I could see inside through. The English woman was sitting on a stool when the student girl came in and started arguing with her. Seconds later, the girl pulled out a knife, throwing the English woman to the floor as she stabbed her in the back. My eyes bulged and adrenaline smeared burst into flames. Quick as a flash, I whipped up my camera, ready to click. I pulled apart the rough weave of one of those screens and poked the lens through for the perfect shot. Read screens, you say? Right, you can see them clearly enough in that great shot I snapped. That walls were just screens made of coarsely woven reeds. Yes, it allows the breeze to pass through and bring some relief from the summer heat. And it was a breeze for me to put my camera through and see the whole thing cutting up. Ignoring for a time the appalling invasion of privacy involved, did you witness everything that happened from the moment the defendant entered the hut? Oh yeah, I saw it. Now the whole thing from start to finish. And you say that you took the photograph through a gap in one of the screens. Luckily for me, they're pretty shoddily woven. But the reason part, I thrust the lens of my camera through the gap. Will I get away with it, or will it be seen? It was the gamble of a lifetime. That's a nasty of purposes that I considered admirable in a journalist, I suppose. Run a risk one day, run a scoop the next. That's a minimalism in a nutshell. At last, it would appear we have a genuine witness. Yeah, I can make him just go full base. Let's do that. It would appear we have a genuine witness to this wicked crime. The evidence and testimony are extremely compelling. I believe we may be close to a verdict. No. Wonderful news, Your Excellency, wonderful! Nevertheless, it cannot be denied that this testimony begs one very large question. What question? Exclusive news, a startling photograph, or the makings of an exceptional story for the reporter. Why then was the story never published? Oh, that's right. It seems clear to me that there are circumstances at play here that are yet to be understood. Ha! More pathetic excuses. Very well then, Counsel. Proceed with your cross-examination. Yes, Your Excellency. There's more to this reporter than meets the eye. He's keeping something about this case very close to his chest.
Hold it!
What made you want to see what's happening inside the beach hut in the first place? A college journal instinct. Can you think of a better reason? Oh, I don't know. Perhaps because as well as being a proven criminal, the person inside was a young woman. I see where you're going with this. Brace yourselves, people who's paying the journal as a foyer. It's hardly slander, sir. You had a woman and you had a camera and you were taking pictures without the woman's knowledge. Nah, you got it all wrong, little student boy. Sorry? To my mind, all that was inside that hut was a scoop. Nothing more, nothing less. Scoop's no gender, man or woman. It's all news. Not even many mannerisms of basic journalism. If only the courtroom were as indiscriminate. Right, so if that's all burned up, can we move on? Sight that vindicated my journal instinct, that's what. When I pull back the wreath, I can see it all clear as day.
Hold it!
So you actually saw Membami-san entering the hut? Yep, and she was raging like my journal spirit. And the argument you mentioned, what was it about exactly? You stole it! I didn't steal it! Well, you stole it! I didn't steal it! That kind of thing. Talking about the poison, I suppose. As soon as I walk around to the Englishwoman and really start laying into her. I mean, if she laid into it anymore, there would have been eggs! The man should have been an author. His descriptive talents are wasted on journalism. But the student's rantings fell on deaf ears, like a Japanese person listening to English for the first time. You really ought to work on his similes first, though, to be honest. Anyway, the point is that one in the dock was mightily angry. And her temper finally got the better of her, it seems. Dear me. Which was the climatic point that I caught in film. Do you swear before this court that you actually saw the precise moment when the stabbing took place? Ha! The precise moment? I didn't just see that, I saw the whole hellish scene play out from start to finish. I have here a simple plan of the beach hut. Perhaps you could use it to explain to the court exactly what you witnessed? Right you are. It's all here on my memo pad. God. Chad, real question. Is my voice legible when I'm speaking at that clip? It's not, I know it's not that much faster than I normally talk. But I am doing a little bit of an accent on it too. And I do want to make sure that's coming through as fast and not when I first peered into the hut, I'm sure that the Englishwoman was on this stool at the back of the hut here. Yes, the accused's own testimony confirms that. She just sat there at the back of the hut, smiling sweetly, is what I have noted down. As my turn to testify now, try not to interrupt. Yeah. And the next moment, as I was watching, the evil student girl entered the hut. After a while, the pair of them ended up in the middle of the hut, arguing furiously. The English woman went for the steel, but the girl dodged out of the way. And in a flash, plunged the knife into her adversary's back as the two passed each other. What you describe is a grim scene indeed. Never sugarcoat the truth. That's what many memoism says. Fantastic. By the way, Memo-san, whilst you were watching that terrible scene unfold before your eyes through a gap in the screen, did it not occur to you to try and prevent the tragedy rather than capture it on film? Jurors have to be observers, we can't get involved, that's our race on the trail. So you didn't converse with Miss Brett at all? Obviously not. An observer always remains on the outside looking in. And that's something to be proud of, is it? Your Excellency, if I may. Yes, Professor? I think the witness's last expertly phrased statement should perhaps be added to his formal testimony. Father, what are you? I will grant the defense's request. Many Memo-san, you will supplement your formal testimony with the aforementioned statement. Well, nihilism is the foundation of many Memoism, but gladly prove that words aren't meaningless. Fantastic. Alright, let's take a look at our court record. We do have this. So, given this, where are we seeing this scene from? Hard to say. Seems to be roughly from about there, doesn't it? Like somewhere in this area. You can't, because you can't see the dress. Matter of fact, let's look at this one. Hey, look. What are the odds? Hey, look, chat. What are the odds? I'm sure this isn't suspicious at all. Anyway, in the meantime,
Objection!
let's take that. Oh, I'm way jumping the gun. I'm just following the end of the case. I know what's coming next. Don't worry. Minimamo-san, until now I've had a firm belief that newspapers are in the business of uncovering and publishing the truth. You're spot on there. The press doesn't lie, which is why I'm proud to wear the emblem of the Show You News on my arm. Anyway, that's more many memoism. Sadly though, it seems that the journalists who write for those papers don't always share the same passion for the truth. Ah, what are you suggesting with those recriminatory words, Counsel? Minimamo-san, do you recognize this fountain pen? Ah! This pen was found at the scene of Miss Brett's death. In fact, the murdered victim was gripping it in her hand as she died. What are you? If you look at the barrel of the pen, you'll notice that its owner's initials are engraved there. R.M. Yes, thank you for bringing that up, Counsel. The initial of the accused, Ray Membami. Is it a coincidence, I wonder, that your initials are also R.M.? No! Write-in many memo. R.M. That's horse dung. Can't you see? One of the cultural terms of memoism is being a pencil user. And yet, as the court will clearly be able to see on your right hand, there's a very obvious blue ink stain. It would appear that you must have rather carelessly left it somewhere recently. Your favorite fountain pen, that is. Horsey horse dung. Minimamo-san, is it not the case that before she died, you met with Jezebel Brett in that beach hut? Why would we listen to all this absurd nonsense? Nothing but another excuse. Exactly. Shoyu News will stand behind me all the way. I deny everything. Must be as many people with the initials RM as there are stars in the night sky. The defense has neither the time nor the inclination to count every star in the sky. Huh. And there's no need anyway, because this pen has more to tell. Yes, there is another clue. A clue that undeniably proves who its owner really is. In that case, counsel, the defense will now show the court where this alleged clue lies. Of course, Your Excellency. The clue in this fountain pen that clearly reveals its identity is... as well as the initials, there's also an emblem on this fountain pen. An emblem that you will of course recognize, Memo-san. Goodness me, it's the emblem of the Shoyu News. In other words, the owner of this pen is an employee of the Shoyu News whose initials are on RM. Suddenly the stars in the night sky don't seem so numerous, do they? Well, Memo-san, how do you respond? No! Order! Explain yourself, witness. Ice cold take. Well, the ice cold take here has to do with Memo. Firstly, that there's a reason I'm giving him a very American accent, and it's not just because my voice is tired and I hate those. Oh god, it is just Ryagans. You're right. You're right, it's just really bad cursive. That's not a Y, that's a G. Ah, dang it. That checks out. R. That could be a really shitty G. Or really shitty E. A. G. Another really shitty E right there. 1, 2. And S. That absolutely checks out. Anyway, right. It's not just that my voice is tired, though it is. You can tell by his dress that this man is intentionally adopting a lot of, well, probably primarily British, but also American 19th century news slang and news styles. So he's positioning himself as super duper modern as a journo. Right, so he's very, very deliberately positioning himself in this culture that's occupying a weird transitional period where you're having very traditional outfits and very traditional styles, also with super duper Western styles. He's falling on the very American side of it. Therefore, he gets the American fast-talking clipped accent. Also, he's doing yellow journalism, which is to say, basically tabloids. He's basically just doing the tabloids, even though he nominally works for a respected company. He's a tabloid. Sensationalist, penny newspaper journal. Yep, scaremongery and straight up lies. Super common in the, well, there starts being regulation of it, if I remember correctly, around 1900. But 1870s, 1880s, 1890s, super duper common. And also super duper bad, because it's a lot of scares around, you know, anarchists, and communists, and poor people, and stuff, and things, and immigrants, and yeah. Boo this man. Boo him. Boo. But actually, this man's relatively chill for them. So, this is how the mighty Supreme Court works, is it? Using coercive tactics to have well-meaning citizens reveal harmless secrets. I've used nothing but honest tactics. Alright then, fine. I won't try and hide it anymore. Yes, not long before that grand tragedy unfolded. I, a Shoyu News reporter on behalf of the public, conducted an interview with the Englishwoman. An interview? You never mentioned this before. When exactly was this? As I said, it was before that evil little student girl showed her face in the hut. Couldn't have lasted more than 2 or 3 minutes, that's all. It was just a brief exchange. But it came to nothing, as many memoirs say, the people don't pay their dues for unworthy news. Also, I think there's another reference here. The whistling in this feels very... Well, it feels spaghetti western is what it feels like. But feels like it's intentionally employing ideas of the West, specifically American West at that. Even though the rest of the tonality is still very plausibly Japanese, as is the instrumentation. It sounds like they're intentionally employing something that evokes, well, the good, the bad, and the ugly. It evokes the good, the bad, and the ugly most of all things. Also, it's a bop. As with all music in this game, it does kind of slap. However insignificant you deem it to be, this court cannot overlook the meeting between yourself and the victim. You will testify now under oath about the precise nature of this meeting and what transpired. Got it, yes, alright, but on one condition. Condition? And I'll get conscious I can speak how to learn about this. You need to call back the earlier witness, Sosaki Natsume-san. Sosaki-san? Oh yeah, according to my notes here, that man. As a secret villain, and brace yourselves, because it's not a harmless one, it's big. What? Many memoirs say that one man's secret is every other man's front page story. Very well, I will grant the witness's request in this instance. Officer, summon the earlier witness back to the stand. Sosaki-san? Hiding something? May I? Oh yes, a spicy take. Oh boy. As all things must be perfectly balanced. I'm still thinking on it a bit. But it is interesting to me that I find that the court is so damn bad at its job. For reasons that will become clear eventually. It really should be better. But for a really spicy take, Many Mao, despite having many of the features of a yellow journalist of the late 19th century, I do not think fits that classification. And I'll elaborate more later. I think it would be unjust to a rather significant extent to actually classify him as a yellow journalist. I'll elaborate more later. Sufficiently spicy for you, Wolfie? I asked the Englishwoman for an interview, but she declined, so I left the hut without making a fuss. Then, watching secretly from outside, I saw the woman being stabbed and the other witnesses come running. The detective realized that the victim still had a pulse, so he ran off to fetch help. That's when this writer man here asked the woman a very significant question. When you say anything about that in the testimony, which is why many memoirs demands I reveal it now. You mean to say the victim? The victim regained consciousness? Yeah, and when she did, you decided to ask her a question? That's, true. Yes. He did, and that's not all. The woman gave him a very definite answer. An answer that incriminates the accused. This is preposterous. Why am I only hearing about this now? Why didn't you mention this before, you yokel hack? It wasn't even a conversation. Yes, I did pose the withering English rose a question. I don't deny it. But she could no longer speak. She was barely conscious, even. Counsel for the defense, I expect a thorough cross-examination to be conducted here. This court must and will know the truth. Absolutely, Your Excellency. The reporter is claiming that Miss Brett implicated Ray somehow? What on earth could have happened in that hut? You asked her for an interview, you say? Well, of course I did. I wanted to ask her about the incident she was involved in at the end of last year. About the case in which Dr. John H. Wilson lost his life? That's not the way I phrased it. Many men calls for straight talking. Why do you murder Dr. Wilson, is how I put it to her. Yes, that sort of talking is as straight as a ruler. Ask every question. If you're asking for a menu in a restaurant, I say it's the best way. I bet around the paper taught me that. How did Miss Brett answer? With one simple phrase. Mystery is a woman's charm. Well, that told me, so I waltzed right out of there. Really? Something about that doesn't quite seem to fit together. Leave every room as if you're waltzing in a dance hall, I say. It's the best way. Better around the paper taught me that.
Hold it!
That was very persistent of you, considering that Miss Brett had just turned you away. Persistence was the prize. Any many memoirists will tell you that. Let them think you've left, then just when they lower their guard, that's when you swoop in for the scoop. And the fruits of your labor are all too apparent in this telling photograph, though I'm sure the young yokel student would rather not be reminded of this damning evidence. Actually, it's thanks to that photograph that we managed to identify this witness. And now they found me, I'll tell you what everyone to know. I've got nothing to hide. I'm sure. Please do go ahead, witness. The court is eager to hear what you have to say. Trust me, there's a story to tell here and I'm gonna tell it.
Hold it!
And Sasaki-san remained behind in the hut? That's right, yep, our author friend here was a blabbering wreck, shaking all over from his head to his toes, mustache twitching as bulging. What do you expect? You don't know that the terrifying troubles that taunted me with traveling abroad. Back behind baleful bars. They'll be coming for me, shortly. Why does Memo have his own school of thought and a blue blotch on the back of his hand? The blotch is fountain penning. He doesn't actually use a pencil most of the time. He uses a fountain pen. In particular, this fountain pen, which was found in the hands of Jezebel Brett, having been gripped there after she was stabbed, fatally, with murderous intent. The school of thought is just because he be like that. It's just because he's like that. Because, honestly, is it an Ace Attorney game if he isn't the most extra at the thing he does all of the time? Everyone is the most extra, right? Kazuma is the most extra sword boyfriend. Iris is the most extra steampunk wonder girl. Sherlock Holmes is the king of the himbos. We love him dearly. Sasaki Natsume is this. Is whatever this is. And Raimani Memo is the most journalistic, the most journo a journo could possibly journo, if that makes any sense. That's all I could think. I felt as though I was gasping for air, drowning in a sea of cold sweat. And, you know, Case 2 is going to have... Oh, yeah. And also, Tobias Gregson is the most fish and chip munching detective one could possibly request. Poor Sosaki-san, his experiences in London have scarred him deeply. As the world seemed to close in around me, I quietly recited a prayer to Amida Buddha. Eternal emptiness, empty eternity. The end is coming for me, surely. No sutras are to resound in my courtroom, please. Let's take a look at that, why don't we? I forgot that this line was in here, but let's take a look at that. Whee! Yep. So, this is a bit that we are Okay, so looks like there's a lot going on here. This is going to be too complex to deal with in a moment, but what seems to be happening is that after the Meiji Restoration starts, and Shinto is established as the state religion, there is an exceedingly violent crackdown of government support, of government sanctioned practice of Buddhism until about 1871. After that, it's like, no, okay, we are no longer going to persecute you for being Buddhist. We are simply not going to support it at all in any institutional level in the government. There is no government doctrine supporting it. There is regulations on the practice of Buddhism in government buildings, and generally all institutions are geared towards the establishment of Shinto as a modern ancestral religion rather than Buddhism. So, while it is much too late for there to be an active ban on sutras in the courtroom, the idea that they would not be supported and generally frowned upon in government contexts in 1890 question, totally plausible. Even if it's 1907, at which point Buddhism, Japanese Buddhism appears to have kind of be on the tail end of adapting itself to modern contexts and enduring through voluntary praxis, it still is at least reasonable. And a nice throwaway reference to a very thorny subject. I will not speak more on it because I do not know more on it, and I am not going to stick my foot in my mouth. But that is enough to at least vaguely get going. That it seems right. Another lovely bit of GAA putting a truly staggering amount of research into the social, cultural, and political events of this period, and then just mashing them all together in a pot in no particular rhyme, reason, or chronology. And now we come to the crucial part, that's when it happens. That's when this rhyme man here asks the woman a very significant question. What question? What exactly did he say? Oh, now you should hear that from the horse's mouth, I think. Down to you, Mr. Riderman. Ah! Out with it, you yokel hack! What did you say to her? What did you say to the dying Englishwoman? Well, in truth, I'd been catching crabs at the water's edge and building castles in the... Okay. So, Magistressa, we do get confirmation that it was in fact Soseki Natsume, and not Mr. Turtle, who built the sandcastle. Sag. Well, the seaside is a place to be at leisure, I suppose. Even for a grown man. But then all of a sudden, from that little beach hut, a young girl's panic-stricken cries for help pierce the air. Great. I ran out the beach to see what's happening, to find the defendant leaning over the collapsed victim. As soon as Inspector Hasanaga saw Miss Bread on the ground, he sprinted off to get help. And then, just a moment later, I heard a faint moan. A moan from the dead Englishwoman. I nearly jumped out of my skin! But what did you ask her, Soseki-san? I asked who did this to you. Don't protract this any longer. How did the woman respond? She didn't! She said nothing in response. But when in the stand, you will answer the questions asked of you unambiguously. Now, without evasion or reticence, I demand that you amend your testimony. I will. Hold it. So you tried to find out who the culprit was. He who asks a question is a fool for a minute. He who does not remains a fool forever. And I've been labeled a criminal twice during my time in Great Britain. I was quick to make up my mind. Better be a fool for a minute than remain a fool in prison forever. However, you've indicated that the victim failed to respond. Is that correct? I know why the Englishwoman said nothing. She was ignoring me because of my stupid mustache, because I'm Japanese. Oh dear, Sasuke-san has really developed a dislike for the English, it seems. Having read the report on his time in Great Britain, I can't quite say I'm surprised at his xenophobia. But the Englishwoman didn't ignore you at all. Did she, Mr. Riderman? Well, yes, alright. She did respond in a manner of speaking, I suppose. Honestly, that's in character for Brett. Exactly, right? If there's any one person against whom Sasuke-san's xenophobia would be completely justified, it is in fact Giselle Brett. She just lifted a trembling finger and pointed in the direction of the defendant. Excuse me? Miss Brett pointed a finger at the defendant? Sasuke-san, is that really true? It's not easy to stand here and say this, but when we first entered the beach hut, the Englishwoman was sprawled on the floor before us, with the student girl standing on the far side of her. And when I asked, "Who did this to you?" the Englishwoman summoned her last ounce of strength to point a trembling finger at the back of the hut. Which was, it can't be denied, in the direction of the student girl who stands accused today. No. Sasuke-san! I don't have to neglect to mention this in your original testimony. But fiddlesticks, I say. This is not a British court of law. You will respond in Japanese. Yes, of course. The Englishwoman did point her finger towards the back of the hut, but I was trembling, and she was trembling, and everything was a blur. And thinking about it, I feel as though perhaps she was pointing in a slightly different direction. Actually, no, not slightly. In a very different direction to where the student girl was standing. To somewhere at the back of the hut, where nobody was standing at all. You mean that your memory of events and the direction in which the victim was pointing are both unclear? Yes, that's it, unclear. I'm very, very unclear. Your Excellency, surely this proves the matter beyond all reasonable doubt. Yes, the woman may barely have been conscious, and perhaps her finger wavered slightly. There can be no doubt that this was an attempt by the victim to confirm the identity of her assailant. Why? Because as the court can see, there was no one other than the accused in the direction the victim was pointing. It is now abundantly clear that no one else besides the accused could possibly have committed this crime. I am inclined to agree, and in the absence of any credible arguments to the contrary, I believe we can now conclude this trial. No! No! A headline is right in itself. Dashing Lawyers hopes dash. 92 points across the whole page will do an extra edition. This is a serious blow, Suzato. Unless we're able to identify the true culprit and substantiate our claim with evidence, the judge will give his ruling and the trial will be over. But that's impossible, Father. We don't even know how the crime was committed yet. Impossible though the task may seem, we have no choice. We must think back over everything we've learned thus far. Somewhere in all those details, I'm confident we'll find the clue we need. Drake gave us her account of how events unfolded in the defendant's antechamber before the trial resumed. She told us what happened at the precise moment Miss Brett was killed. The Englishwoman was sitting at the back of the hut listening to what I was saying, and then, a moment later, she suddenly got to her feet. Before collapsing to the floor in front of me, with a knife in her back. Super Dashing and Beautiful Lawyer is disappointing, but still dashing the first of a 5-part series. How could Miss Brett have been stabbed in the back in a beach hut that was empty but for herself and Ray? Somewhere amid all the information we've gathered so far, there must be an answer to that question. I take it then that the defense has nothing further to add. So, the Gallant yokel student's luck finally runs out. I can't say I'm surprised. In that case, I am ready to deliver my final verdict on this matter. This is a crucial turning point now. If I can't establish what really happened, it's over. Where was the real culprit? Hiding, and how did he or she stab the victim?
Objection!
Your Excellency, I respectfully ask you to postpone your adjudication for the time being. Oh, to what end, Counsel? The defense would like to present the court with an alternative theory. An alternative theory that can explain who the victim was actually trying to implicate with her dying gesture. Not gonna lie, the suit really works well for Suzato. Agreed. Agreed. An alternative theory? None exists. There was somebody else present at the scene who could have committed this crime. What? And the victim, Miss Brett, tried to reveal who it was to those around her at the time by mustering all her remaining strength and pointing a trembling finger in the killer's direction. This is fiction, fantasy. Very well. As you seem so sure of yourself, Counsel, I am prepared to hear your alternative theory. So, young Ryotaro Naruhodo. Yes, Your Excellency. You will present this latest theory to the court by means of this plan. At the moment the victim was stabbed, where exactly are you proposing the culprit was concealed?
Take that!
Naruhodo-san would never give up, and I'm a Naruhodo now. The true culprit who fatally stabbed Miss Brett was concealed in this location here. Are you mad, Counsel? You're suggesting the culprit was outside the hut. What? Order! But student lawyer Naruhodo-san Esquire, that makes no sense at all. You just pointed out the exact spot where I was trying to get my scoop snap. If I didn't see any suspicious individuals loitering about, I can swear to that. Obviously, if the culprit had been on the outside the hut, there's no way that he or she could have stabbed the victim who was inside the hut. Actually, Prosecutor Alchi, there is a way. And, in point of fact, the defense can provide evidence strongly suggesting that is precisely the way Miss Brett was killed. You're bluffing! You're bluffing, you yokel! The defense's assertion is clearly too fantastical for the court to comprehend. You will need to give us more guidance, Counsel. What piece of evidence corroborates your theory that the victim was stabbed from outside the hut? Should be this photograph. Because nothing in here suggests it. But there is a clear gap. The original photographic print of the crime scene? Yes, it's clearly visible in this print. The trace of the fatal thrust that was delivered from outside the beach hut. Did they take us for fools? There's no hint of any such thing. I'm not sure that everyone present would agree. Someone, at least, appears to have noticed what it is that I'm referring to. Counsel, once again I must call on you to be explicit for the court. Where on this photograph is the trace of the stabbing which you claim took place from outside the hut?
Take that!
Look closely just here. In the screen at the back of the hut, you can see the effects of a blade having been forced through the reeds. No, I can't. I can't see any such thing. It's true that the hut in question had 4 walls that you'd expect. However, by parting the reeds, a knife blade could easily penetrate them. This is extraordinary. Yes. The true culprit actually stabbed the victim from outside the beach hut. And of everyone present at the scene, there is only one person who could have done that. Only one person who was directly outside the hut when Miss Brett was killed. Right in, Menimemo-san. It could only have been you. Ow! This preposterous idea leaves me almost speechless. Just look at the photograph again. The victim lies almost exactly in the center of the beach hut, does she not? Are we to assume, as part of this farcical scenario, that the assailant was a knife thrower? No, of course not. Or that? If you recall the testimony of the defendant about the events just before the victim's death. Inside the beach hut, I confronted Miss Brett. But she just sat on a stool at the back of the hut, smiling sweetly at me as if she knew she was untouchable. A stool? Have another look at the photograph. The slit in the reed screen would align perfectly with the back of a person who was sitting on that stool. My word. So, in fact, the victim was... Killed was standing on a stool by a stab wound to her back delivered through the reed screen. Ah! Having been attacked, Miss Brett rose to her feet instinctively, but then, unable to speak, she collapsed on the floor in the middle of the hut, before the defendant, Mimbami-san's appalled eyes. And that, Your Excellency, is the truth of what happened on the beach that day. By your silence, Manimema-san, I take it you don't deny the charge. This is absurd! That will do. It would appear that we have a tacit admission of guilt from the witness. Accordingly, the court has successfully established the truth of this matter, which means that the defendant, Mimbami-san, is innocent of the crime. Oh, thank goodness. I finally made him cave. I must say, I've never been more proud. No, this can't be. The Hachi clan can't. Where's my growth? My growth of hope. It wasn't all an apparition. I can't accept this. I won't. I see no reason for the continuance of this trial. I will therefore move... Hold it. Well, this is all very convenient. This is how the highest court in our mighty empire delivers justice, is it? Suppressing well-meaning citizens' freedom to speak and branding them as criminals. But we've established that the victim was stabbed from outside the hut through the reed screen walls. And no one but you was in place at the time to have his hand on the hilt of the blade. It's a perfectly logical deduction. So, your argument hinges on the location of whoever stabbed the Englishwoman, does it? Well, seems a little irrelevant now. Irrelevant? Why she was stabbed, how she was stabbed, doesn't matter. I mean, whether she was stabbed at all makes no difference if you think about it. After all, this trial's already shown the whole thing hinges on something else. I only stabbed her because she was already poisoned. What? What are you talking about? Brace yourself, little man, and talk about the fact that everything's changed. Because the dirt you dug up. What? Enough obscurity. Explain yourself, witness. What's to explain? I'm talking about the poison, of course. Well, poison? Let's ask the professor for a comment on the situation, shall we? You understand that deadly poison we're developing was stolen from your laboratory, correct? And it's been shown that this poison was administered to the victim, Miss Brett. Is that right? That is correct. The unusual construction of the victim's pupils are a sure sign that this particular poison was used. I see. So, presumably that means... the victim already had the poison in her body before she was stabbed? Given the pupils were clearly constricted, it seems highly likely, yes? And if she had been dead already, the poison could not have circulated in her blood. How refreshing to hear the argument of a metropolitan mind. Precisely, it matters not a jot who stabbed whom, in whose back, and with whose blade. Because, quite simply, the Englishwoman's life was taken not by the knife, but by the poison. But that can be explained by the poison being on the blade, as I already... Forgotten already, have we, yokel? During these very proceedings, the laboratory professor at your side assisted in proving that the blade of the weapon used to attack the victim had no trace of poison on it whatsoever. So, let me get this down. The facts as skillfully established by the defense in this trial turn out to be a headline-making red herring. Is that about right? Ow! Oh boy. Truly, this is the most garbage defense I have ever seen in my life. Yes, I stabbed the woman, but it didn't matter because she was poisoned first. Therefore, I'm not guilty of a damn thing. No, sir, you're still guilty of stabbing someone who was alive at the time, and the cause of death was in fact hemorrhage. Yes, there was lethal poison in her system, she would have died regardless, but the cause of death was still hemorrhage, caused by the knife that you put inside her back. Order, but where does this leave us? How, in that case, did the poison enter the victim's body? There is an undeniably obvious answer to that. The lady most likely imbibed it. And Barry Mike, enjoy your gifted sub courtesy of this dude. I appreciate it. You mean she drank it? Have another look at the photograph here. As you can see, a bottle of carbonated water and glass had been knocked onto the sandy floor of the beach hut. The poison could have been slipped into either. So somebody made Miss Brett drink it. Well, what do you know? Look at those dashing guys. This will make a great front page shot. Hey, what a bewitching stare. After all, I'm the last person you should be looking at. It would make no sense at all that I poisoned the woman, would it? I mean, that's been established already. Established? What are you talking about? Huh? Don't tell me you've forgotten. That's a little hard to believe, given the person who established it was you. Me? What on earth does he mean? Oh, let me capture those wide eyes. This is prime press fodder, this is. It would seem that this trial is not destined to end yet after all. I hereby call upon the witness to give further testimony. That's great, that is. Let me get a shot at that magnificent beard, Your Excellency. You claim it to be impossible that you are the one responsible for administering the poison to the victim. You will explain to the court in your testimony the basis upon which you make such a claim. I'm a journo and I'm a man. I never tried to run or hide from anything in my life. And I'm about to start now, because that's many memoism. For a brief moment, I thought I had illuminated the truth, but it slipped right back into obscurity again. Just where is this trial going to take us? Oh yes, I stabbed the ancient woman, and it's that very fact that proves I'm innocent. Because why did I bother to stab the woman if I'd already poisoned her? When I heard the student girl and the pompous murderer arguing, it got my goat. If the courts weren't going to punish Brett for what she did, someone else would have to see justice done. So, you admitted then that everything happened as I described? That you're the one who stabbed Miss Brett in the back through the read screen? You can blame this miserable country of ours. A country that bows to the pressure of foreign powers and lets murderers walk free. What kind of future can a country like that have? That's why I did it. I did what our pathetic leaders didn't have the guts to do. Slap bang in the middle of that charming lady's back, I plunged the blade of sweet justice right in there. I mean, look. Look. This is why I said he wasn't actually reliable to be described as a yellow journalist. Yeah, he's crazy. The man is completely off his rocker. But he's not actually just doing it for the tabloids. Actually has like a very strong sense of very skewed one, but still some sense of integrity and a coherent like reason to be doing journalism that is not slander, fear mongering, and gossip. He still has very many similarities because his moral compass is skewed ass backwards, but you know, that's not... Having skewed morals and still being better than yellow journalists is still not mutually contradictory. That is not mutually contradictory. Words are hard. I definitely said contra-de-be-be. As someone who spends his life seeing that the truth is told, I feel really, really awful about giving false information in my testimony before. But as it turns out, there was somebody else who went in for the victim and got there before me. That's right, you guessed it. A pretty little student girl. Now there's a woman after my own heart. You're implicating Ray again? She's the one who gave the poison to the English woman and ended her pitiful existence. And suddenly, snap, this journal here is off the hook. The argument is sound. No, it's not. If the witness had administered the poison himself, he need only have waited for it to take effect. Subsequently stabbing the victim in the back would have been entirely nonsensical. And therefore this report had nothing to do with the poisoning. Yes, it's all quite logical. That's right, it is. Logical and true. I'm glad you've all seen the light. Justice at last. This is unbelievable. Wolfie? The only part of that logic argument that is sound is, The fact that ouchie is the foundation for it. This is unbelievable, and that's why I've made so much progress in proving his guilt. Is he going to get away with it now? Think of Kazuma-sama and Naruhodo-san. They never stop looking for a way forward until the judge's final gavel. Very well then, counsel. Proceed with what I assume to be your final cross-examination in this trial. Yes, Your Excellency. I want to see if we are able to check things now. Reagans. No, not gonna let us do the thing. Come on, let us do the thing. Hello, Olivine Mage. Welcome. If you don't mind me asking, how do you stumble upon us? It's always interesting to see where people come from. And we are getting close to the end of today's stream, but we are getting some really excellent historical discussion around this shockingly good historical game. Also, this incredibly gay historical game. Why, hello there. Oh, good. Twitch recommendations, but also from OSP streams. Yeah, that checks out. Welcome anyway. We do mostly historical games, you know, great chance to plug all of the stuff. So basically, as you probably know, I'm trained as a medieval historian, but I've been working on my grounding and everything else. I'm also doing a degree in cultural heritage right now. So, kind of the goal of the channel is that we play historical games of all stripes, flavors, and styles. And we talk about the history in and around them, and combine that with game design. And see, basically, you know, how do games help us understand our past? And so, obviously, this game is set in, well, sometime in the last decade of the 19th century or first decade of the 20th. And is in many ways a shockingly rich depiction of historical reality, and of excellent fashion, and a lot of social designs present in the game, or in the Meiji Japan, and in late Victorian or early Edwardian England. Also steampunk. Also a lot of steampunk. Also Sherlock Holmes. Pretty much the same sort of like pseudo-Victorianism of the Sherlock Holmes stories, but with far more himbo and far more vampires. And yes, also you get to enjoy all of the emotes, Olivine. All 19 emotes, all actual manuscript art from around the world, so enjoy those. And thank you for the follow. Anyway, so I'm still not able to do the thing, so I guess we'll worry about that later. And just start pressing everything. So, you admit then that you had murderous intentions towards Miss Brett then? Ha! The woman's very existence offended my sense of justice. Your sense of... He's claiming some sort of righteous indignation? She was pure evil, a cold-blooded killer who committed murder right here on our own empire's soil. But did our own good-for-nothing government do anything? Not a chance. So I had to step in. Fly the flag of justice, put things right for the people, yes, it was my civic duty. That's what drove me to do it. That is everyone's favorite emote, Olivine. It is... I can't remember if it's Malaysian or Burmese. It's one of those two. It's in the British Library these days. It's got two very distressed looking owls. And it is moi. It is magnificent. So, in summary, murderous intentions then. Whatever you want to call it, the point is this. That Englishwoman was a blight, so I had to do what was right for society. Yeah, the real wrong was done by the student girl in the dock, a crime for which she must pay. Obviously, because the poison was nothing to do with me at all. So you still maintain that you didn't give the poison to the victim? Obviously, that'd be like putting a belt in your trousers when you're already wearing braces like these. The accused administered the poison, following which this witness stabbed the victim. An unforgivable act, certainly, but not one of murder. That crime rests on the accused's shoulders. That is how the law works, you see, yokel. Who knows, you may even learn something here today. 2 consecutive attacks on her life in the space of minutes? Quite a day for the victim. Do something that evil and you got it coming. That's how the law works, the law of reckoning. That's not the kind of law this court upholds. You will reiterate why you were compelled to stab the victim then, witness. But, you know, Wolfie, look, in a shocking turn of events, we're actually staying focused on the trial of Rei Membami, and whether or not she is anyway involved, regardless of whether this dude also did it, right, this Menimembo-san actually did it, also did it, does not matter because he is not the one on trial right now, he'll be tried someone else. So, oddly shocking turn of events being good at, like, the most fundamental basics of how a trial works. This doesn't feel very Ace Attorney of it. Exactly. What exactly were they arguing about? About what happened in that restaurant 9 months ago, that's what. The student girl was laying into the Englishwoman for killing her beloved mentor, Dr. Wilson. Yes, John H. Wilson. A professor of medicine, invited here from England by Professor Mikotaba, no less. Right, but the Englishwoman just cheered. Her case was being heard by the British Consular Court in Shanghai, however... My name is now. There is little doubt that she was simply been acquitted and sent back to her homeland a free woman. It was in that student girl up inside, you can see it. I really fell for her. No, Ray, you can't do that. You can't do that. I can't stand here and listen to this tripe. Ray, young girl, you stand accused here. You can't just blurt out whenever you feel like it. No, you can't. Sorry, but I'm in the middle of some very important testimony here. Just keep quiet and listen. But this awful man is making all of this up. Suzato, please, you have to make them listen. Return to the dock at once, Membami-san. We are in the middle of a cross-examination. Your Excellency, please, I implore you. That journalist is clearly not a trustworthy witness. Exactly, he's a filthy, rotten, black-hearted, bigoted, third-degree peeping Tom. Well, we'll take it easy there. Please, I really think the court should hear what the defendant has to say. Your Excellency, I see no need whatsoever to entertain the accused's remarks. I will grant the request of the defendant. But, Your Excellency... The judge. This is likely to be the final cross-examination of these proceedings. As such, I believe it will be ill-advised to stifle the defendant's obvious concerns. So, whilst recognizing that this contravenes regular protocol, I hereby call upon the defendant to speak. Oh, thank you so much, Your Excellency. Hold it! The stolen poison that killed the victim, you mean? Chat, drink water. In a suitably appropriate turn of events for this case and Giselle Brett's taste in carbonated water, I am drinking carbonated water. Good night, Dildrum. And I would apologize for Muppet references, but also I want to apologize for Muppet references. Wolfie? Wolfie, that's dangerously close to a heretical opinion. I suspected her of being the one to steal it. I mean, just think about how she killed Dr. Wilson. That's true. Additionally, Miss Brett certainly had knowledge of the new poison. But surely it would be no easy task to steal a highly secret toxin being developed for the government. Indeed, all visitors to the laboratory are thoroughly searched when they leave. Even if a thief managed to avoid being seen by myself or a colleague, getting the poison out would be very difficult. That's true, I pestered Professor Makotaba until he agreed to show me the poison when I visited his laboratory, but as I left, I was searched from top to tail. Miss Brett rather bluntly revealed the existence of the toxin we'd been developing, you see. I'm being betrayed by my own chat. How have you all... Why have you done this to me? Crap. And Wolfie's got a whole ass armory. Alright, well, this is how we go out. I will die defending the honor of carbonated water. It's water but spicy. What's not to love about it? God, apparently this is going to be the spiciest take of the stream. Is that spicy water with bubbles in it is good. Why is that the spiciest take of the stream? And since Seki-san expressed such an interest in it, I felt unable to refuse. Obviously I gave nothing away, other than the fact that it was an extremely potent substance. I'm very ashamed of myself. It's just that I've had a singularly terrible experience with a deadly poison. I wanted to look my old enemy in the eye. Surely you can understand that. You'd have opinions if you could tell the difference between water. Well, this one is also cranberry clementine flavored. So, like, it is also flavored bubbly water. But the more important thing is that it's bubbly. I happily drink plain seltzer. To find out if my suspicions were true, I confronted Miss Brett about the poison. I told her that if there were to be an incident involving it somehow, it wouldn't just be the university. The military would be dragged into it. The whole government even. It would be a complete disaster. And how did Miss Brett respond to your concerns? She just curled those beautiful lips of hers and said that she didn't know the first thing about it. In English, actually. Ah, yes. Memo-san, one small question if you don't mind. I do mind, can't you see I'm busy? Clearly you were outside the beach listening in whilst the defendant and Miss Brett were conversing. Presumably then, it was you who wrote this article about what you'd heard? Exclusive. Deadly poison stolen from Yume Medical Research Laboratory. The story was published in this morning's edition of Shoyu News. The details are too accurate for it to have been written by anyone else. Sorry, don't know what you're talking about. Yes, look at this! The entire article is almost what I said to Miss Brett word for word. Yeah. Well, Memo-san? As a journal and as a citizen of a free country, I don't have to reveal my sources. That's the founding principle of Memoism. Father's clearly right about this. The reporter did write the article, and he based it on what he overheard from outside the hut. So that's what it was all about. You were trying to cover up the fact that you were listening in. That's why you came up with that stinking story about me arguing with her. Shut up! My stories never stink. Look, whatever you say, little girl, it doesn't alter the facts. Your Excellency, there's something I want to say, and I want it to go on record. Very well. You may amend your formal testimony. Perhaps you doubted the efficacy of the poison and sought to make sure your victim would die. That's horse dunk. What? That'd be like pouring pepper on your Chinese ramen before you'd even tasted it. Completely reckless. Although, it might surprise you to learn about a bit of an incestuous pepper porter as it happens. Once the victim had taken the poison, she would have been only minutes away from death. And yet, this man then proceeded to stab her in the back as well. There has to have been a good reason for that. If it was the reporter who gave the poison to Miss Brett, then clearly, he must have done it prior to Ray entering the hut. Yes, that's undeniable. But between him leaving the hut and the victim being stabbed, there was one very crucial change in the situation. Sorry? What changed? The reporter overheard the conversation between Ray and the Englishwoman. Ah, yes, that's it! That's when Menmeno-san first found out the exact nature of the poison he'd used. That could be the key here. If the victim had unwittingly taken the poison already, the reporter would have had no reason to stab her. On the face of it, that logic sounds entirely reasonable. But there's no question that this man was responsible for Miss Brett's murder. If we could think of a plausible explanation as to why he might have stabbed her even after the poisoning, I feel sure that everything would drop into place. That's what we should be looking for. How many pencils does this man have? Look, chat. He's clearly borrowing technology from Tobias Gregson. He simply has applied it to the infinite pencil, or the infinite pencil instead of the infinite kind of fission chips. Come on, get with the times. We have seen the proof that infinite replicating tech exists in this universe. In the infinite kind of fission chips. And you're worried about some pencils right now? Honestly? Bigger fish have been fried. God, I want the infinite fish and chips. I know. I want the Infinicone.
Objection!
Well, I can think of one reason. What? But before I explain, I'd like you to confirm something for the court. Did you glean all the information for this newspaper article from what you overheard outside the hut? Of course he did. There can be no question of that. After all, when we were all in the laboratory together, all we were told is that it was a terrible toxin. And there's one important fact to consider. According to the witness, Membami-san's verbal attack against the victim began as soon as she entered the hut. In other words, it would have been impossible for her to have slipped the poison into Miss Brett's drink. Where are you going with this, counsel? Minimemo-san has made it quite clear that he observed every single thing that happened in the beach hut. If the defendant had somehow found an opportunity, this man would have seen it. Which means that Miss Brett couldn't have imbibed the poison whilst the defendant was present. In fact, it must have been administered to her before Membami-san entered the hut. Yes, very articulately put. When I walked into the hut, I immediately started to press Miss Brett about the poison. At which point, Minimemo-san overheard some worrying information. Worrying information? What worrying information? The information which he subsequently included in his newspaper article, namely, that the poison was being developed in strict secrecy and that it couldn't be readily obtained. Absolutely. In fact, that's quite an understatement. The only possible place it could come from is my lab. And furthermore, anyone afflicted by the poison would exhibit telltale signs in death. The extreme constriction of the pupils. Yes, it's quite stark when you read it. There are other poisons that show similar symptoms, but not among new substances that are undetectable. In other words, it would be clear that this victim's life had been ended by the use of this particular poison, which would reduce the number of suspects to only a handful of people. Ah. Everyone in my laboratory is aware of the unique properties of the toxin we've been developing. None of them would be foolish enough to attempt to use it for some nefarious deed. Membami-san being no exception. Therefore, we can conclude that whoever administered this unique poison to the victim was a layperson, unaware of its telltale properties. Infinite pasta, though? Yeah. In other words, someone like you, write in many memo. It was you who stole the poison from the laboratory that day, and it was you who administered it to the unwitting victim, but you quickly realized that that was a terrible mistake. Because the poison caused such unusual symptoms and was so traceable. As you listened in from the far side of the beach hut's thin walls, you learned of these facts, but you'd already given the victim the poison at that point. It was too late. So you hatched a plan to disguise your mistake. A plan that involves stabbing the victim in the back through the reed screen. Well, actually, no, that doesn't involve that. That pretty much was the start, beginning, and end of the plan. Objection! Infinite Pocky? True. But what good could that possibly do? Isn't it obvious, Counsel? The plan was to kill Miss Brett before the poison could take effect. Once in the blood, the poison causes the onset of pupil constriction, but he had hoped to precipitate the victim's death before that happened, hadn't he? Exactly. Because without any revealing signs of the new secret poison's use, no one would ever have suspected. This is extraordinary. Yes, the effects of the poison meant it would be too easily identified, so the killer had to mask its use, which he attempted to do by plunging a knife into the middle of the victim's back. Order. The argument presented is sound. The court is satisfied that warrants consideration. Does the prosecution have a counter-argument it wishes to put forward? Well, I mean, there are a number of... yes, I counter completely. The prosecution's evasive response clearly shows that in much the same way as he nurtures the remnants of his top knot, he is clinging to lost hope. Lost hope? Infinite Pocky is a good choice. I can vibe with that. I can vibe with Infinite Pocky. Ah, you pathetic, useless fallen samurai. Fallen? Who are you calling fallen? My burgeoning growth is on the rise. I don't need a counter-argument. What? What are you talking about? Should be blatantly obvious. I stole the poison, you say. Gave it to the victim, you say. Stabbed her, you say. Lots of fine theories. But I don't need your counter-argument because you don't have an argument yourself. Where's your evidence? Yeah, you make it all sound so plausible, don't you? But without evidence, it means nothing. Whereas I base my news on facts. Facts? What do you mean? Explain yourself. I mean what the professor said earlier in this trial. It's all here, my many memos, every word, every slip of the tongue, all noted. That's what the show you news is famous for. It's the power of the printed word. Indeed, all visitors to the laboratory are thoroughly searched. How's that then? Blown the story wide open? See, I, writing many memo, a mere reporter from the show you news, couldn't possibly have stolen that poison from the professor's laboratory. There can't be any question of it. He must have stolen the poison that day. He stole it and used it to kill. And if that's the case, as you've identified, the poison itself is the definitive evidence we need. Because whoever stole it from the laboratory that day is the true culprit here. What's your point, you annoyingly handsome country bumpkin? My point is this. There is one way that you, Many-Memo-san, could have stolen the poison that day. We all know how he did it. I have heard enough verbal conjecture now, thank you. What the court must be shown is evidence. What proof do you have that the witness stole the poison on the day in question?
Take that!
The proof, Your Excellency, is this fountain pen. A fountain pen? How can that possibly be relevant? These magical pens somehow seem to have enough ink to write many thousands of kanji characters. I believe they arrived in our country for the first time some 15 years ago now. Alright, chat. You know what this means. Fountain pen history in Japan. That just says the... Okay, that just says... We're working on it. It's definitely Meiji period, but it doesn't... I'm having trouble getting an exact date. Relatively late. That's not helpful. That's not helpful. Yes, that's just Meiji. We're working on it. We need to locate what year they actually got immigrate or got imported. Let's see. If anyone can find that date, that would be awesome, because that is a what year is it moment. This is a big what year is it moment. Right, every time they give us a date, or a time frame after which the game takes place, that gives us a date theoretically. Didn't get popular until 1875 in Japan? So yeah, it's just saying roughly, yeah, the extent I'm getting is Meiji period, so 1868 till later. So, Barry Mike, if you're saying they didn't get popular until 1875, we can say early 1870s? Or even if we use that 1875 date, that puts us in 1890. If we're looking even later that as an introduction, then we might even say, right, late 1890s, early 1900s. I don't know if we're going to be able to get more precise than that, but it does look like we're looking sometime between 1890 and 1910 again. If anyone does find more, do let me know, because it's going in the catalog of what year is it. Brilliant. After 18... So Barry Mike, can you elaborate? Is that the first mass reproducible pen in the world, or in Japan specifically? And then we have another spicy take. In the world. Perfect. So that does put us... Yeah, we can probably say 1885 or later for the introduction, because it's relatively late. So, potentially even as late as 1890. So then 15 years after that puts us in the first decade of the 20th century, which puts us probably in the cluster of the back dates. Right? Pretty firmly into the cluster of the late dates that this game draws on. Right? Because it is those two clusters. I'm gravitating towards it being two clusters, about 1905 to 1907, and then about 1895, give or take 3 years. Kind of an early cluster and a late cluster there. And that would put it in the late cluster. So, helpful information. Great. And Wolfie, was my takes on the quality of carbonated water not sufficient? Honestly. Alright, more spice. I think the spicy take is, of course, which Infinicon do we want the most of? And... I mean, I think the answer... Right, Pocky was a good shout. Pocky was a good shout on the Infinicon. Infinite supplies of something. But... infinitely... reproducible. I think like hard candies would be better. Right? Little like hard caramels would be honestly even better, because I could eat those all day. All day. So, right, I'm gonna go, the infinite supply of tiny hard candies is actually even better than the infinite supply of Pocky. And there's two reasons for this. One, hard candies are less filling. Two, they soothe the throat as all the sugar goes down. And three, you get caloric input that is not just carbs. What about infinite supply of saltwater taffy? Nah, see, that's like too chewy for me. I say that's too chewy. That being said, infinite supply of just basic chips. Honestly, also ideal. Right? But instead of fish and chips, right? Fish and chips is a great choice, but curry chips. Infinite supply of curry chips. If you've never had curry chips, Chad, by the way, go to the north of England, and when you're in the north, go get some curry chips, because they are divine. Also, yeah, by the way, historical note, this dude pointed out from one of the websites on the history of the fountain pen. Example of this can be seen in an advertisement for fountain pens published in 1912 called Maruzen Yoto Manihitsu, a fountain pen and eye by Soseki Natsume. Bah, I swear by a weasel hair calligraphy brush and nothing else. These newfangled pens are merely a fad. Well, as a forward-thinking man of words, obviously I love my fountain pen. Sakapa Suso, a sumptuous ink, and one's work is awash with words in the blink of an eye. That's right. Fountain pens have a small reservoir in the barrel, into which ink is sucked up through the nib of the pen in order to write with later. What is all this talk of sucking up ink, And just as it's possible to suck up ink into the reservoir, it's also possible to eject it through the nib again, of course. My word, can this really be? Well, Manimamo-san? When you saw the deadly poison before your eyes in the laboratory that day, you used your fountain pen, your very lifeblood, to steal some of it, didn't you? By siphoning the poison up through the nib and into the pen's reservoir. Objection! More absurdity! That never happened! True, we've learned that there were procedures in place to prevent thefts like this from the laboratory. But would anyone have thought to look inside a fountain pen of all places? From the looks of it, domestic production of fountain pens in Japan only begins in 1911, though that doesn't rule out imports. Okay, that's good to know. So that might even push us late on the late day. Right. If we're looking at like 1910 instead of 1907, that would be like super late. Neat. I do love me some White Years it. No, I'm a little ashamed to say that, for fear of offending our guests, such a detailed search would not have been conducted. Well, this is quite startling, I must say. I remind the court that this pen was found in the clutches of the victim when she died. In other words, that was dropped at the scene by Manimamo-san. So the crucial question is, when exactly was the pen dropped? Are you suggesting? The natural conclusion is that in your haste to act, whilst the victim was distracted for a moment, you dropped the pen after you emptied the poison from it into her glass. Objection! There could be any number of alternative explanations. For example, the witness could have been using his pen to write down details of his conversation with the victim. And when shot by one of her outrageous answers, the pen fell from his quivering hand. No, that can't be. If it was, how do you explain why the pen was devoid of ink? What? As you can see for yourself if you examine the evidence, there would appear to be no ink present in the reservoir. What newspaper reporter goes to interview someone with nothing in his pen? No, the pen was dropped after the poison that filled this reservoir had been emptied into the victim's glass. Witness, what do you have to say in your defense? So this is how our modern justice system works, is it? So what if the ink in my pen runs dry? So what if my pencil snaps? I can always claw my way back into the game. I have plenty in reserve. You claim I sucked the poison up into my pen? That's wild speculation, nothing more. If you thought you could bring down a fine, upstanding citizen with a trick like that, think again. It looks as though it's going to take one final, decisive blow to finish this matter. As I see it, the situation is now very simple. It rests upon whether or not this witness did indeed steal the poison on the day in question, and therefore, it all depends on whether or not the defense can prove that he did with evidence. Ha! No such evidence could possibly exist. Minimamo-san, this is how our modern justice system works. What? In the courtroom, evidence is everything. Something you would do well to remember, because we are well past the point of speculation at this stage, I assure you. Very well then. I call upon the defense to present the aforementioned evidence. This is it then. This will be the final piece in the puzzle. The defense can prove by means of this item that it was the witness's pen that was used to steal the poison.
Take that!
Counsel, what is that bottle? This bottle contains the unique chemical reagent that can identify the poison in question. Yes, that poison is an entirely new synthesis of alkaloids developed by my colleagues and I. It would be impossible to detect traces of it by any other method. Or, from another perspective, simply with this chemical reagent, anybody at all could check for traces of the poison. A reagent? What? One drop of the contents of this bottle on the tip of your fountain pen, Minimamo-san, is all it would take to solve this case beyond all reasonable doubt. No, you can't. I won't. Your crimes are bad enough, but at least know when to admit defeat. Your Excellency, the defense requests permission to carry out the test on the fountain pen at once. Uh-oh. This isn't my fault. The Empire drove me to this. Tried to hold his head high as a civilized nation, bowing his head to every foreign power. I took hours in the foreign of the mighty pen, fought tirelessly on the battlefield, did all the justice, righteousness. Suzato, with me. I'm there. Did I do it right? That was a Suzato takedown, wasn't it? Not quite. That was a Ryotaro takedown. Low budget Wolverine cosplay. The instant the first drop of the reagent touched the nib of the fountain pen, it was clear to everyone present. Aww. When I saw there in the lab, the poison, the devil got hold of me and I decided to do it on a whim. I excused myself and emptied all the ink down the sink in the bathroom, washing the reservoir out carefully. And then you waited for an opportunity to suck up some of the poison, didn't you? Into your fountain pen. Yeah, that's right. Answer me one thing, Minimamo-san. Why did you steal it? For what purpose? Isn't it obvious? To find out what it was made of and expose it in an article. I mean, it was a secret project after all. Too juicy for a journal like me to pass up. Then why did the English woman end up dead? I went into that hut intending to quiz her on her situation, that's all. As a reporter. A known killer, enjoying full freedom, evading justice by leaving the country. I told her what I thought about it. And she just laughed in my face. Oh, what's this? A Far Eastern caveman purporting to practice journalism? Really, you must learn the difference between reporting and listening at doorways, you ignorant plebeian. What did you call me? This country, with its pretensions to a justice system, to a free press, it's really very depressing. You see our superior ways in the West, yet you lack the mental capacity to emulate them. Get out of here, you oaf. Get out and crawl back into the cave you came from. That's when I remembered about the deadly poison I happened to have in my pen at the time. What a terrible tale. In my head, I knew I should just get out of there as quickly as possible, but I couldn't. I couldn't let her get away with what she'd done when she clearly had no remorse at all. I suppose it was my journal spirit getting all fired up. I'd like to ask you something. Yeah? You often talk about justice, but surely as a journalist you could have used other means to deliver the justice you sought. There's no justice in the press. Sorry? After that trial 9 months ago, I kept digging and digging to find out what had happened in that courtroom. And finally I discovered the truth. It was a cover-up, that's what it was. A cover-up? What do you mean? I will remind you of your position, witness. Be careful of what you say. Oh, come on, doesn't it strike you as strange? We're suddenly not allowed to convict a foreign national? Consular jurisdiction should never have come into it. And yet that puffed-up Englishwoman was going to sail away into the sunset a free woman. The only possible explanation is that behind the scenes, some deal had gone down between Britain and Japan. What sort of deal? I'd done my research, dug up all the dirt, it was all ready to be published. But you know what happened? The editor just tore the article up. You came under pressure from the government, you mean? If our government is going to let criminals walk free, if they're going to crush the free press, then what choice do I have but to see that justice is done myself? Let's not forget, Manimamo-san, that you committed murder yourself and you tried to lay the blame at the defendant's door. I'm sorry, but you're no better than Jezebel Brett. That's a take, Suzato. Look, that's a free spicy take, and I'm not sure I buy it. The truth is, you have no right to talk about justice at all. I suppose. It would appear that we have reached the conclusion in this trial at last. Counsel for the defense, Ryotaro Naruhodo. Oh, yes. Sorry, Your Excellency, just musing in a manly way, yeah? It's almost unbelievable that this is your first experience of the Supreme Court. It was an excellent performance. In truth, it very much reminded me of your cousin's exploits. Oh, Naruhodo, Ryunosuke, you mean? The way he handled the trial 9 months ago, and the way you handled this one. It gives me hope that we are genuinely entering a new era of justice in this land. That's very flattering, Your Excellency. Hearing the defense you put forward today made me feel most keenly that the future of our justice system will be forged by you and your contemporaries. Thank you. So, Prosecutor Aochi, do you have any final thoughts? Prosecutor Aochi? Takatsuchi the Aochi clan, having been bested by a Kala youth not once now, but twice. If there was any shred of my former self left, it has withered and died here today. Gosh, your journey to cultural enlightenment sure took a while, didn't it? Silence! Rather than living on in shame, I will end it all now with this blade. For that is the true path to Aochiism! Aochiism? One hopes that's the only way in which he'll be modeling himself after the witness. Spring of my top knot. The time is right for farewell. Hope is lost forever. It was actually a decent haiku at that. It was not just a haiku. It was actually pretty good. Maybe get a bless in the chat in honor of Takatsuchi Aochi's sacrifice. Now, in regard to the defendant, Rei Membani-san. Yes, Your Excellency? I have reached my final verdict. I hereby find you not guilty. Yay! Sakura pedals! Yay! Yay! Court is adjourned. 13th of August, 2:38 p.m. Supreme Court of Judicature, Defense Antechamber 3. It's over. My heart is still pounding in my chest, though. It's all I can do just to stay standing. Lawyers have such great responsibility, such a great burden to bear. Don't they, Naruhodo-san? Suzato! Suzato! Thank you so much. You were so dashing in there. Great, and father. Honestly, I'm so touched by everything you... Oh no, I think I'm gonna cry. It wasn't easy, but together we made it. I was on the verge of tears at the end, too. The only reason I'm still here is because of you. Aww. Oh no, I can't take all the credit. It took courage to tell the truth in there. You did wonderfully, Ray. So I'd have to say that the congratulations belong to you. Suzato, don't be so standoffish. Sorry? We're friends, equals, and the trial's over. So no more of this formal super humility nonsense. It's time to celebrate with swagger, to throw caution to the wind. Caution to the... what? I'm the great defense lawyer, Ryotaro Naruhodo, and I'm taking you out to a milk bar tomorrow. Or something. Right, I see. I'll, think about it, Ray. At any rate, we really knocked the wind out of that horrid man, and it felt so good. Yes, it was satisfying. It really was. Isn't there anybody else we could put together? I hope you're not looking at me, Ray. No, my goodness, no, of course not, of course not! Ah, there it is at last. Ray's lovely smile. Milk bar. You fought for your friend to the very last. As your father, I'm extremely proud of you. Defense attorney Ryotaro Naruhodo. Thank you, but I couldn't have done it without your help. Anyway, it's time to bid farewell to Ryotaro, I think. I shall miss him in a way, but it's back to Suzato Mikotoba now. So, I'll never see him again then? Oh, what a terrible shame. Ray! Stop having such an obvious crush. I mean, no, we fully stand having an obvious crush on your friend. What? What is happening? Soseki-san and Inspector Hasunaga, I do hope you've been keeping well. Is that really you? Yes, I had to change my appearance for, well, obvious reasons I hope, but it's me, Suzato Mikotoba. I don't. So, so divine. Everyone has a crush on Ryotaro, it's so funny, ah. No! Doubly dashing! Yes, and then devilishly divine! Just look at you! I had no idea, Mr. Satan X-Virus, that you were a local student Naruhodo-san X-Fire's cousin! Astonishingly astounding, Ace Attorney! Danzo no Raging. Yup. Soseki-san, so confused. I still remember the first time I ever met him. He was in a prison cell in London. What an extraordinary conundrum it was that the unwitting student from Japan found himself embroiled in. But after Naruhodo-san's skillful defense of the Old Bailey, Soseki-san was free to return to Japan. And now he seems to have earned himself great fame as an author. I'm stunned. That's a truly impressive disguise. Even I had no idea. And I have a chief inspector at the police bureau who came up with Mr. Turtle, no less. I'm not sure you should be admitting to that, Inspector. Oh. Amazing. You're a woman of many faces, I see. Just two, really. And this was a once-in-a-lifetime event, I hope. Oh, not a patch on you, though, Inspector. Well, I am a professional, of course. I love Mr. Turtle! I do worry about Inspector Hosonaga sometimes. I really do. 9 months ago, when he appeared here at the Supreme Court to testify, he was undercover disguised as the head waiter of a restaurant. And then on the steamship to Great Britain, of course, disguised as a sailor to keep us safe on the journey. Though, that didn't help you, did it, Kazuma-sama? From my perspective, I have to admit that I have mixed feelings about all of this. Magistressa, it's not even close. Blue Badger is an unholy abomination that should perish in the deepest pits of hell. Mr. Turtle is a turtle. I mean, now the truth has been lost forever. What do you mean? I'm talking about the murder that the English woman committed at the end of last year. Ah, yes, it was an English doctor she killed, as I understand it. Dr. John H. Wilson, yes. The man I invited to Japan personally. The mystery is, why did she kill him? And now that the culprit herself is dead, we'll probably never know the answer. On the voyage to Great Britain, we had a most unexpected encounter with Mr. Sherlock Sholmes, the great detective, I mean. Yes, I remember Mr. Sholmes well, of course. Ah, my arch nemesis, how lightly you utter his name. Well, according to the stories published about him in The Adventures of Sherlock Sholmes, the detective once had a partner who helped him solve crimes, a best friend. And that man was an exceptional doctor of medicine by the name of John H. Wilson. What? Dr. Wilson? I just can't believe that's a coincidence. I think that the English doctor of medicine killed here in Japan 9 months ago must have been the friend and partner of Mr. Sholmes. And if that's really true, then the poor girl won't ever see her beloved father again. As you know, I traveled to Great Britain once myself to study. It was around the time you were born. Yes, grandmother told me about it. On returning to Japan, I took up a professorship at the Imperial Yume University. But I also serve another role, as an advisor to the government on diplomatic affairs. Yes, I was aware of that as well. In that case, I'm sure you understand, but there are some confidential matters I cannot divulge to you. Could you just tell me one thing? Why did you summon me back to Japan? It's been 2 months now since I returned. When I left England, it was because an urgent telegram had arrived from Japan. It said that you'd collapsed with a high fever, and you were growing weaker by the day. What? Where did that news come from? That's what I'd like to know, because after that long sea voyage, I found you in fine health, Father. Was there something in Great Britain that you perceived might inconvenience me in some way? Or harm me? That's really the only explanation I can think of. Dear me, do you reserve your most cutting glares for your father, Suzato? I'm sorry, my dear, I simply can't. Yeah, let me go! Many Mama-san! So, one throw wasn't enough for you? I've got one last thing to say before they take me away, Professor. Me? I know the truth. I know what hand you had a hand in what went on. In that visiting student's fate. You visiting student? Giselle? No, not her. The student of law who left for Great Britain 8 months ago. What? Student of law? He must be... Kazuma-sama! What on earth are you talking about? What does any of this have to do with Kazuma-sama? Nobody here in Japan knows anything about it. They know that guy never made it to England, that he died on that steamship. And that he'll never... Oh well, I didn't expect to find him in here. What were you officers playing at? Terribly sorry, Your Excellency. I was coming to tell you that the rickshaw had arrived, Yujin, and it's a good thing I came by. Yes, thank you for giving with him, and he'll be there shortly. Oh. Your Excellency. Ah, the trial's over. I'm not Your Excellency anymore. Merely your father's friend, Seishiro Jikoku. And may I say that since I saw you last, you seem to have taken on a more dashing appearance. Suzato? Did you know all along? From the start of the trial? Judge sees everything, Suzato. I couldn't let you take the risk. As Seishiro here hadn't known, and then he'd recognized you. So I had a word in his ear beforehand, as an old friend. So, Seishiro, shall we? Yes. Having ruled on that case, we now have various diplomatic issues to address. Before you go, Father. Sorry, my dear. Shall we return to our earlier conversation at a later date? But well done again, both of you. You did admirably. Oh, thank you very much. What do you think of my Seishiro sling, eh? It's been a while since I sent a man flying like that. Whatever could Father be hiding from me? About Jezebel Brett? About Dr. Wilson? And now it seems, according to the reporter, about Kazuma-sama. I'm going to have to bring this up with Father sometime, when nobody else is around. Judicial Assistant Makoto-san Exquires? Could I, have a word? Oh, yes, of course, Osaki-san. What is it? I think perhaps it could be fate we're meeting again like this now. You see, there's something I need to tell you. Oh? I believe that it may be related to the reason why your father summoned you back from England. This I'll have to see. Please, Sosaki-san, tell me at once. I will! As you know, my time in England was terrible. Cursed, I have no doubt. Such awful things I was embroiled in. Thank goodness locum student Naruhodo-san Esquire stepped in. After he secured my freedom, I couldn't wait to get on a ship back there to my homeland. Having arrived in Japan, I submitted a report about my experiences to the Ministry of Foreign Affairs. The next thing I knew, I had a visitor. It was your father, Professor Mikotoba. He wanted to ask me all sorts of things about my report. My father? He seemed to be especially taken with a particular part of the report. Anyway, he left eventually, having thoroughly quizzed me. But it was the very next day that he sent the telegram to you, asking you to return to Japan. What was it then, the particular part my father was interested in? I don't really know exactly. But do you remember them? Those two terrible cases I was caught up in? Of course, I could never forget. Your father seemed to concern himself mainly with the second case. The second one? You mean the one Mr. Jones forbade any of us to talk about in public? Which is the only case involving you that any member of the public is aware of is the first. Well, I don't care. I don't have to listen to what that dastardly detective says. Anyway, the point is, it seems that case somehow holds the key to all these curious unanswered questions. That terrific, hideous, heinous case. The case of the haunted lodgings. That case somehow caused my father to summon me urgently back to Japan? I thought that whole business was over, but it seems I was wrong. Perhaps that was only the start. Perhaps the story is not yet told.
So, the mystery of that English woman's death is solved, thank goodness. And having stood in the Supreme Court now, I think I can comprehend a little better. How you must be feeling as you fight for people's freedom in a foreign land, Naruhodo-san. But actually, I'm writing to you today because of another matter. I met Soseki-san and we talked about that second case he was involved in. Father has said nothing to me, but I feel certain of it. That case holds the key to some great unsolved mystery. My notes on the case should still be in the office, tucked away at the back of the shelves on the left. Perhaps you might like to look over them again. Today, for the first time this year, it feels as though summer has arrived. The sky is
It's in August. Wait, this is in August. What do you mean, Suzato?
Yours, Suzato.
Aww. Aww, they're all so cute. Chat, why is everyone so cute in this game? Apparently it was a really miserable summer. I could look at the climatographic records. I feel like that misses the point. I think that misses the point. I think there is nothing important to glean from that mention, but I would also be tempting to look at the climatographic records for the turn of the century and see if there's any particularly cold summers in Japan. It's tempting. I don't know. I don't know where those records would be. We may look into it. Not right now, though. Right now, we are going to leave off the stream so that next time we can get started with the memoirs of the Cloud of Kokoro. And then after that, things get real. Right? I don't super like this case. I don't super like case 2. It's got a couple of really good characters, but it's kind of meh. But then y'all are in for a treat. There is so much. There is so much here. Anyway, that'll be next week that we pick up on that. So, I hope you all enjoyed this stream. Big thanks to all of our patrons here. If you want to help support the stream too and get other bonus perks, such as behind the scenes stuff, the ability to select emotes, or making me play your favorite game, you can do that all over by supporting me on Patreon, patreon.com/LudoHistory. Link will be in the description of the YouTube VOD. Next stream is going to be on Tuesday, where we'll pick up with... Actually, we're going to have a week relative of just kind of being chill. We've got a couple big projects coming up later. Unfortunately, I had to delay something big for this week, so we're going to be just having a chill stream, which means we're going to actually go back to Ender Lilies, because it's been like 2 months since we did that, and I do love that game. So we're just going to have a nice chill stream and just hang out next week. So I hope you all join me for that then. That'll be a Tuesday at about 2 p.m. Alright? So I hope I will see you all then, and until next time, have a good remainder to your weekend, and a good start to your weeks. Also, yes, do join the Discord for Magistrates are talking more about the androgynous, dashing, and gallant everything in the Meiji period. Yay, gender stuff. Gender and fashion history intersecting in very delightful ways. We do love it. And there's also a lot of really cool people over there. We have a lot of fun discussions, and it's, generally worth your time. So, yeah. Anywho, I hope I will see y'all on the next stream. Until then, ciao.